Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I got to go into words. So we'll come back with a Casey Anthony thing. She's reappeared. She's going to start doing like a daily blog or some kind of deal from her car. Did you see that? Yeah. She said she's going to.
Is she living out of her car?
No. I'll tell you one thing Seth observed, and I agree. She looks like she's been hitting the gym.
Really?
Yeah.
However you get your mind off of killing your kid.
Yeah, try.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I think they're having problems with X.
Good. Elon Musk is under attack after last night.
Yeah. Wednesday, March 5, 2025, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hello. How are you? Hope everything's going swell for you.
Are those rhetorical?
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Rhetorical meaning like being like smart ass based?
No. I mean, were you talking to us, or were you just kind of riffing about
riffing about just the total audience?
Okay,
man, look how good our studio looks. Oh, okay, we just flip back over, but man, our studio looks beautiful, so beautiful.
That's because Patrick Fowler's in it today.
Patrick Fowler, look at him. Hey, Patrick Fowler, did you see where what's it called, Over the Line?
Oh yes, the new podcast that we have.
Yeah, the guy
from Birmingham.
The guy from Birmingham who does pretty well with Over the Line.
The thick neck.
His thick Tuttle wants to do, like slap fight you.
Oh, for real?
I'm like, man, listen, Tuttle is like stupid enough to fight anybody. Like, yeah. Tuttle didn't care.
I'm sorry, I believe it because Andrew texted me, the host of the podcast. Did you say that Tuttle had? This is not my language. Did you say Tuttle had R-word strength?
No, yes.
I said the other guy did too.
Oh, they did. Okay.
No, they both.
I said he had 62 strength.
It would be an R versus an R. as far as strength.
Do we have that clip, or should I send it to you, or is it just the time passed?
I have no idea what you're talking about. But
the clip of them talking about wanting to fight Tuttle. I didn't know if you needed to hear it.
Get it back to me, because I don't know, Tuttle, I don't know that you saw it. Did you hear it or see it?
No, I did not. I've been pretty busy with my other job, but I'm down for anything if I'm representing our show against their show.
Right. If there's an open mic and a camera that can captivate Tuttle doing something promotionally for the show, he would dive with sharks. He'd fight women. Would you have you ever handled a snake before, Tuttle?
Yeah. Well, that one time, remember the guy that used to bring in the animals here?
David Weathers?
Yeah, he brought a snake in one time, and that scared the hell out of me.
Yeah, but to me, you're not. You seem very reptile friendly. Like you're a fisherman, so you're not afraid to bait a hook or to grab a fish. Like how you grab a largemouth bass by its lip,
or the gill. You can stick it in the gill.
Yeah, you're not like you're about. I mean, remember the time we went red fishing with Nikki?
Oh yeah,
and you were all about taking the fish off the hook and everything. So you're very worldly in that manner. I got to think that handling a snake. I don't know necessarily a poisonous one.
Oh yeah, I'm like a black racer or like one of the constrictors, like a boa or something.
Or if a guy if the guy already had its head, so it couldn't, and he handed it to you, and you just grasp it around his. I don't think. See, meanwhile, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't have anything to do with that.
No.
I'm not snake guy at all. I'm in fact, I'm anti-snake guy.
Dude, snake guys are a different breed of people that I'm not sure need to be living amongst the rest of us.
You know what, Seth? Very rarely do I co-sign on your softness, but man, I couldn't be in more agreement with you.
I have a hardline stance against snake people. The majority of them sold weed back in the day, and I didn't enjoy staring at your iguanas or your reptiles while I was waiting for you to get back with my half OZ.
Or your Komodo dragon that was hanging from the curtains when you go to buy your half an ounce, and the guy's like, "Man, you want to see my dragon?" No, I don't want to see your dragon.
Oh, and
he can stay right there on the curtains and leave me alone.
And they'll be like, "Do you want to stick around for his live feeding? I have some baby rabbits I'm gonna feed him later."
Yeah, no,
no, dude, I already waited for you to get back, saying that you were right around the corner for 2 hours with my weed. I'm not hanging around for feeding time.
Oh, he's delivering to you?
Exactly.
Oh no, you're at his house, Lummy, or you're at his house, Tuttle, and then he keeps saying "I'll be there in 10 minutes. I'll be there in 10 minutes."
Yeah, really, he's in Lakeland.
Yeah.
And you're in Pinellas Park, and he just keeps 10 minutes in you.
That is why it's so great to walk into a store to buy weed these days.
And you really can't do anything about it because you don't have a backup weed dealer necessarily.
No.
The one that you trust. So when I was growing up, there was this kid named I can remember names like you wouldn't believe, Jamie Leeper. And his sister was named Stacy Leeper, and they lived in a neighborhood right across the street. Well, right across the US 30 highway.
You gave her the Cheeto fingers, you nasty.
Oh no!
Okay.
She was way too young.
Okay.
I was I was in sixth grade when I hung out with Jamie Leeper, and his sister was in second grade.
Oh goodness,
yeah.
Bubba!
Jeez,
no,
Seth,
I'm saying
what are you thinking about?
I don't know. Give ages before you lay it out, man.
No, I'm just saying she was a toddler compared to us.
All right, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Yeah.
No, sorry, I may
say. So Jamie Leeper, but he had one of these Komodo, whatever they're called. Komodo dragons.
Oh boy.
And I forget what its name was, and it was big. I mean, it was like
a lot of reptile owners were at January 6th, Bubba.
I believe it.
I'm just telling you,
it was like the size of from your elbow to your tip of your fingers. And then it had this big old tongue on it, and it had these big old spikes on the back of it. And Jamie knew. In fact, I told my mom. Did you guys ever growing up go spend the night with your friend? You do spend that, not kind of a spend the night deal?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, I'd always have Jamie over to my house. Not very much. Larry Plummer pretty much replaced Jamie as even, I didn't even hang out with any other, Larry was my guy. But for a couple times, I had Jamie Leeper come spend the night with me, and we didn't even have, video games or anything. I don't even know what we did. I don't even know what we did back
in the day. Play with this Komodo dragon?
No, you'd watch TV, or you'd go outside and he'd have his bike and you'd have your bike, and you'd go out to the jumps, which is where these this woody area near your house that these motorcycle guys had made little jumps on, and you could ride that and stuff. But I was afraid to spend the night at his house because he had that dragon. I was afraid that dragon was going to come in and get me in the middle of the night.
Take a hack?
Because it stayed and like it had free reign into the house, but at night it slept on Jamie's curtain.
So
like it would hang on Jamie's curtain.
So it like pooped and peed all throughout the house?
No, it had a box.
Oh.
It had a box.
Wow.
Yeah, it had a box and everything. But it was, I swear to God, it probably tail to the end of the nose. It was probably 4 feet long.
They can whip the hell out of you with that tail, too.
And its teeth. And it liked lettuce. Like I think they fed it. I think it was a herbivore.
Hey, Bubba, should we do a reptile buyback program to where if you bring us your reptile, we'll give you the new Bubba Alpha 2025 and some gold shoes?
Which, by the way, I got an update on Alpha.
BJ Pros, $100. Thumbs for Tuds. BubArmyTips.com.
BubArmyTips.com. I think the Alpha, we should have it by next week. Alpha, volume 25.
All right.
I got a great bit we can do to promote that. I'll tell you about off the air.
Okay, perfect. So anyway, Jamie Leeper had one of these Komodo dragons, and I wouldn't spend the night with him because I was so afraid of it. And like Jamie would hold it and like show me, it's not going to bite you. Look. And I was like, I don't even want to hold that scaly, prehistoric looking. You know what, Jamie, when you come to my house, we have a cat. His name's Butch. And he won't hurt you. He won't bite you. He didn't have spikes up and down his, no.
I can't imagine how many poor women have walked into a guy's house and seen some sort of reptile right there on top of the TV.
And think rapist?
Yeah, I mean, or just go, man, this is not great for me. You know, I don't think this is my husband is in this room tonight.
Yeah, there's a guy in Ybor who has a huge snake. He's a snake guy in Ybor, and he's a big Bubba fan.
Well, I mean, snake guys. We're not.
What do you mean, big snake guy? What does that mean? Like, he carries it around.
He has this huge snake in a shopping cart, and he carries it around.
He's got like 4 snakes.
Yeah, and that's like the women, and he's Bubba Army.
Yeah,
so maybe you're onto something.
We're not going to deter people from being Bubba Army, regardless if you are into reptiles. We just want to let you know that we're not really that much into reptiles. Now, you can reptile to your heart. Rep it up, buddy.
But there's a line in the sand between reptile owners and people that own your standard dogs and cats.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think one's better than the other. I mean, I do, but I'm not going to say that.
And here's the deal: snakes can't love you.
No.
I think that there's kind of a rule where cold-blooded animals or cold-blooded creatures do not have the ability to love.
Like, for example, you can raise an alligator from a baby and make it do tricks. That thing's always going to try to eat you. An alligator.
No,
David Weather said that wasn't the case.
Here's the deal. You can't get a snake to want to come up and be your buddy. Meanwhile, I can call Bella or you can call your dog. I don't know how many people. I mean, Lummy, did you guys get a new dog?
No, we did not.
You did not?
No.
Did you try one out for the weekend and gave it back?
Yes, we did.
See, I didn't even know about that. What happened?
He just
he just too much.
He was a Puerto Rican street dog, and his Puerto Rican street dogness came out.
Hold on.
On the weekend.
He was a Puerto Rican street dog, and his Puerto Rican street dogness came out during the weekend.
Yes, he did.
Did he take a hack at Walker?
Not at Walker.
Hold on.
He took
to
a hack
to the boss lady.
Yeah.
He took a hack to the boss lady?
Yeah.
Oh.
But he was a sweet dog, but he was a puppy that just, it wasn't the right dog for the
Ashley, went to, try to feed it or do something?
No, play with it, and it was way too rough, and then it got aggressive. So that's when we knew that Walker couldn't be
take it
around
out back like Old Yeller and take care of it, or did you just take it back to your...
No, they went back to its...
to its Puerto Rican street dog owners?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But, I've always been told that cold-blooded reptiles are they cold-blooded?
Yes.
Like, what determines if something's cold-blooded or warm-blooded?
You can't maintain your own body heat. So if you want to get warm, you got to go into the sun. If you want to cool down, you got to get in the shade.
All right. And there's animals that, have that.
Yes.
Like a snake has to go out and lay in the sun in order to get hot, where it didn't have the ability to get hot on its own.
No.
Right, so it's cold-blooded.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if anybody's ever had like a snake that's trained a snake to do tricks.
No, man. Nobody cares about... The only snake trick you care about is when you got the guy that's go do-do-do-do-do-do-do with his flute,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
the snake comes out. That's the only trick
you
a
mean
snake can do.
The cobra trainer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it, man. There's no other. But, Bubba, I think there's a reason why people don't like snakes. I believe in the Bible, didn't a snake get, Eve to eat
Well, snake.
the apple? I mean, they're evil
yeah.
scum.
That was technically Satan.
Here's the deal.
And they took the legs away so it could slither like the disgusting little thing that it is.
Yes.
Snakes are like from the way we've all been, doesn't matter what religion you are, but snakes have always been the sign of the devil. You know what I'm saying? Like the serpent.
They
if
have
you will.
bad energy. You can tell when you get around a snake, even a harmless snake, it's bad energy. Sorry, maybe that's just me.
Hold on here.
Okay, what we need to do, I think it's also in the Japanese culture, but it's Greek wrestling, but it's not like naked and you rubbing your ding-dongs in
Oh,
each
we're
other's
doing
faces.
naked.
It's leg wrestling, where you hook the legs.
Well, that sounds just as gay.
That sounds like
Well,
scissoring.
you're wearing clothes. No, you're not doing it like that. My God.
Is that
no,
man
it's like,
scissoring?
No. Okay, it's like this, okay? And then you take your legs and you do like that, and the goal is to make that person go up like that.
So your goal is to
That's-
convince the Bubba Army that you're gay before you
No,
even
God. Tony, leg wrestling.
It
Will you
looks
please
like
look that
scissoring
up?
to me.
Then where's the other?
Yeah,
where's
that
the-
was the.
And then now this clip right here. We're gonna play it.
Yeah, that was their second idea after the first one of
All
slapboxing
right. Okay. Then so maybe this one.
over the line one.
I can't get it to play.
It's going to happen. Macho Man set it all up. He set it all up.
I understand that, and I got this one.
You know what?
that
We
plays,
need to do. Okay, what we need to.
But this
Try
one.
double clicking.
Double click it.
You know what? We need to do. Okay.
Go ahead. You take over. Because I think we need that one right there. Maybe I just need to go like that, so you won't come up.
Oh.
You want to take over? You want me to step back for the mouse and you take over, kiddo?
Working on it.
All right. So that's a yes.
It says snakes cannot be trained for commands or to perform tricks.
Yeah, they can't.
It lacks
But
the
there's
intelligence of a mammal or bird.
Snakes are stupid. The only thing snakes know how to do, honestly, are bite.
And eat things, swallow things whole.
But that.
Do you think they're
I did
stupid
wanna
or they
say
just
this.
have good
I didn't get a
instincts?
chance to. I want to. You know what? We need to do. Okay, what we need to do. No, I did want to say this. I didn't get a chance to. I want to thank you for describing me.
Well, how did I
guy with
describe
a lot of old man with a lot of mental issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I knew
He
they
likes to
would.
tell the truth, you know.
Shut up, Tony.
I knew they'd understand.
This is Over the Line. That's currently a podcast on our podcasting network, and their version of Tuttle, kind of a thick Tuttle, wants to kind of like he's seen Tuttle. He's gauged Tuttle up, and he's got a
Well, I think
challenge.
he's 60. I think he's had a few more, Tuttle-like years on this earth than our
I'll
Tuttle.
beat that old man's ass.
Yeah, hold on here. Hold on.
That because they've got their own guy that's like that. Tuttle.
Who is it?
His name's Tuttle.
I'll beat his ass.
We both had the
That's
same
it
exact
right there.
answer.
I
I said old
challenge
man.
him to a slap contest.
Do you want to see what Tuttle looks like?
Yes, I do.
All right, Tony, go up. Give us just Google Tuttle Bubba the Love Sponge. Tuddle.
Oh, he knows two Ds.
There we go. And see if we can get some images.
He's a fan.
Yeah, that first one's him. Let's cover photo from.
This one?
Yeah, that's Tuttle right there.
I will beat the shit out of him. I'm sorry. You know, we'll both take our glasses off. I'll hang him with that tie.
Oh yeah,
Tuttle.
Man.
Tuttle. Nobody talks to Tuttle that way.
Listen, look, you know how many
And
years...
a guy that talks like that is a guy that's never really been in the trenches like you, Tuttle.
No.
You've fought women.
Yeah.
I've
fought crippled.
You fought drunks.
Yep.
You've been shot at by. You've been so drunk that your whole entire body was covered with pepperonis from the bruising of the deal. This guy hasn't been through near. You've been thrown in a blue crab coffin. You've the amount of mileage, hard radio mileage, stunt mileage.
He was committed for a few days, Bubba, for the radio.
Yeah, how about that, Mr. Slap Boy? You want to take on Tuttle? Tuttle tried to hang himself and ended up in the funny farm for 4 days.
Yeah, got 8 straight days of booty juice.
Yeah. It got a little lippy. 2 big black guys came in, 2 Ty J. Armstrongs, held him down, shot him in the ass with the Dexter juice, and he was out for 2 days. days.
Man, it did make the time go by pretty quick.
It did really give you a good night's sleep, didn't it?
Best sleep I've had in a while. But listen, this guy's not about that life. He's not about the radio life, okay? Like, I'm willing to go the extra level here. I've beaten women that had scoliosis.
Right.
I folded her up.
You folded her like a chair?
Yeah, I folded her like a cheap scoliosis lawn chair.
Aren't you 38-1 with women?
Yeah, I lost to Chrissy Martin, former heavyweight champion.
Hold on, I heard in a controversial decision, by the way. It was close.
Yeah, I had already melted all the skin off the bottom of my feet because it was in a hot, bouncy ring.
Right.
Yeah. Drunk in between each round, just drinking.
Right, straight whiskey as you're instead of taking water and spit it out.
No,
you were slugging whiskey.
No,
cheap ass rot gut whiskey.
Yeah, the strongest.
You'll fold this guy.
Yeah.
This is like that scene in Fight Club where they go to this underground place and this guy Lou comes in and he's like, "What do you guys do to my club?" And Brad Pitt jumps on him. He goes, "You don't know what I've been through, Lou. You don't know what I've been through." I feel like that's Tuttle, man. He's ready to pounce and let somebody know that
people have. There's probably not been too many people in all of radio, as far as that are stunt guys or co-hosts that have done more stunts and more things for the show that's not just sitting behind a microphone and giving your opinion, your spoken word opinion, but it's been on the streets, dated drunk chicks, thought 39 women, is 31-1, been thrown in a coffin full of blue crabs, been shot at with paintballs, you did
sodomized.
Now, let's not get into that.
Oh, jeez.
That you did the ANOP expansion, that you did the scissircle jizz.
Yeah, leave that out. Leave that. Oh, my God.
The two things that I've personally taken you aside and apologized for, yes. So, yes, there was a couple things that Tuttle did that's probably in today's world not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. But at the time that we did it, it was really, really pretty controversial, and we were allowed to do it. Remember, and I don't think it would work in today's world. But remember Bubba Saw?
Oh yeah,
the Bubba Saw shed.
Yeah,
where I had 3 you guys living in there, and we would control the lighting, the air conditioning, we would control everything.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. No sleep. It was like basically.
It was like
Guantanamo.
Well, it was. Please, Guantanamo looks like the Hilton compared to Bubba Saw shed. So then, Seth, we would then. So if we turned all the lights off, the saw shed was so dark that you could not literally see your hand in front of your face. You couldn't. So we would take them anytime we needed to iggy up the shed and put like mouse traps or tacks on the floor.
Snakes.
Or so what we would do, and it had a sound system in it. So we would take them all 3 of them out of the shed and blindfold them. And put him in that small shed next to the big set shed, Seth, that's got the lawnmower in it?
Is that the one you used to paint in?
No, I painted in the big one.
Oh, okay.
And that's where we had these guys. It was completely hollowed out, and it's where they stayed, and it had air conditioning and painted floors. Well, we would take them, we would blindfold them. Lummy, you know what? We need to hit that the thumbs up because each guest is trying to beat the other one. Right now, it's what 722
for Dr. Dan. Yes, it is.
1,000 thumbs up by 722. I don't. That's an hour from now. I
really think it's tough to put Tuttle in the category of everybody else because I don't think Tuttle really commandeers as much real estate as some of the other guest hosts do.
It's 726. So.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I mean, I could offer, maybe we can do a bikini photo shoot with Kristen or something.
Well, we'll get into that momentarily. So, Seth, we would take them into another shed blindfolded and said, we have to get the other shed ready because we're going to do a stunt inside of it. Well, we wouldn't put anything in there, but we would tell them that we put snakes in there. And they would they would go in there, we'd shut the door, they could take their blindfolds off, but you couldn't see 4 inches in front of you, and then we would pipe snake sound effects through the sound system. And so all they heard was like, and Tuttle, you were like you guys were just
You're such a bitch about it, Tuttle.
No. See, because this was the time where Bubba did not like fake anything at all.
No,
like so,
they know I didn't fake anything.
Yeah, so literally,
but I did fake that.
Yes, but that's why you had us guessing so much. There were just mouse traps and tacks all over the floor.
And we put like 100 mouse traps and tacks on the floor, and then told them that there were 2 snakes in there.
I almost stepped in the poop bucket,
and they had a bucket to poop in, and it was just, oh my God, it was unbelievable. And then the grand finale is we gave them each airsoft guns. Now you don't understand, Seth. Like, they were literally the distance between me and you. So, like, picture me being in a corner, you being in a corner where you are, and then Tuttle being in a corner where he is.
Tuttle, if you were sober, would you have done this still?
Yeah, I'm a radio whore.
Do we have any footage from the Bubba Saul days? Bubba Saul shed?
Possibly.
We got, I think upstairs we do have some. Oh my God, it was brutal. And Seth, they would just shoot each other in the and the lights would be off, so you couldn't see anything. And all you would try to do, Tuttle, would just try to curl up and like get in a fetal position and hope the next guy would run out of ammunition? Like, what was the technique that you used?
Well, I mean, you wanted to listen for where the bullets were coming from. You would be able to get a little bit of an area where they were, and then you would just open up in about 5-second fully automatic burst
to keep them off of you.
Yes,
And then you try to hit the deck and try to get as low as you could.
Yep.
Hopefully, they would blowing them over your head. I'm trying to think of the most brutal thing we did in the Saul shed.
Well, there was one. Oh, man. Debo like beat me up one time in that, but there was. I'm trying to.
He did beat your ass, did he not?
He was very wiry and strong.
He was like Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah.
He was like Sugar Ray Leonard. He was a real wiry black guy and mean as hell. Remember one time we shaved his pubes completely off and then sprayed brake cleaner all over his freshly shaved groin. Remember that?
Yeah, and I think I also did the fire ants on him as well.
No,
too.
that was 25.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 25. Poor guy. We put honey. We slathered up his testicles with honey, and then we took a mason jar, and you can get both of your testicles inside of a mason jar. And then we went and got like 5,000 we went to a fire ant hill and got as many fire ants as we could. And then we put 25's testicles in the mason jar, and then duct taped it all up so it had an airtight seal. And then the fire ants gravitated to the honey and started just remember he ripped. I think you were there. He ripped it off.
He ripped it off quick
and quit. Whew. Then there was a time, Lummy, where you flipped out and had you were in a diaper. You were drunk. You were in a diaper.
I was hitting,
and you were chasing people around with a drill
and a vagina, a pocket vagina,
and a pocket vagina.
Yes.
And I had to. Then they somehow got you in the green room to settle down, and then I had to come and tell you were going to get fired if you didn't stop misbehaving.
Yeah, you were whipping me in the shower,
and I was whipping you, and then you started crying.
Yes,
because you thought that you had upset me.
I sure did. Well, I wanted to be the boss and fire a bunch of people there.
Yeah, you're like, oh, stop, stop! If as long as Lummy can fire Big Dick.
That's right.
I hate him. Well, you were quite the visionary on that. The documentary doesn't really get into. He's the one that really, really took it.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, he's like the one that really, really took it, and he pretty much gets away scot-free with it.
Yeah, I don't think his name's really mentioned much.
Not really.
Today, the United States launched a trade war.
Jack Trudeau, by the way.
So today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20 on the Super Chat.
Sense.
Thank you, Iggy. Love you, my friend. BubbaTips.com, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at The Bubba Army. And if you're on our YouTube channel, which is at The Bubba Army, just like Iggy, gave us a little something. You can do that. But more importantly, Tuttle's trying to get 1,000 thumbs before 7:24.
We're at 418 right now.
Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. So today, the United States...
He's saying, you want to play the tariff game? We'll play it too. So now we're going to implement, I guess we import or export, we send $155 billion stuff to Canada.
Man.
And so now they're going to do that. This seems like this seems like a real stupid idea on both behalves, to be honest with you.
Now, just like I did a month ago, I want to speak first directly to the American people.
I hope we're not buying anything from Canada, Lummy.
We're getting a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
Bubba.
I mean, we're 25 to them, 25 back on us. Phew.
Doesn't that just cancel out whatever we were trying to do with the 25?
Well, determine who takes in more. Like, do we export or import more from Canada?
They import a lot more than
we don't want this
of our stuff.
We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you.
Is he having a Canadian press conference or an American press conference?
Well, I mean, they're announcing that they're going tariff for tariff with us, but I appreciate that he talked to the American people.
I do too.
That he let them know that where he's coming from. I mean, he's
very. It's very transparent.
Yeah,
I like it.
As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both.
I wonder what this is going to do for, like, my mom in the retirement community she lives in. There, I would say it's probably 25 to 30% Canadian. These Canadian people from Ontario.
It's going to be a turf war, Bubba.
But what I'm saying is, like, are they even allowed? Like, Seth, are they even allowed to come down here? Or are you?
Everything's
it's not a travel ban.
Everything's cool. Like, we're not at war with them. We're just going dollar for dollar, or they're going tariff for tariff with us.
Be the quickest war ever, though. Let's be fair.
They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers.
Yeah, I mean, we'll bring in a big ass tank and
oh,
have
please,
a couple guys on some horses, some Mounties.
You don't know how the Mounties have so much internal strength, Bubba.
You're right. You might be right.
The
Mounties.
I only know Mounties from the guy that was a wrestler back in the day. He was the Mountie.
I know. That's all you know of Mounties.
That's it.
That's your complete knowledge of Mounties.
Vince McMahon stereotypes.
It's some 30-year-old wrestler back in the day, back 30 years ago, that was the Mountie.
Yeah.
That walked out in a Mountie suit
and a little stick.
Yeah.
Groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between.
Are we getting cars and homes from Canada?
Well, car parts.
They've chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families. They've chosen to sabotage their own agenda.
Now, what's Trump? Well, I mean, he's mad at everybody, but what's he most mad about with regards to Canada? Why is he imposing this 25% tariff on Canada?
Because they won't help at the border and make sure that drugs aren't trafficked in.
So they're not locking the border down the way Trump wants it, and so this is all a border issue.
Pretty much.
Because now the illegals have found out that that Canada is way more porous and you can get in way easier that way, right?
Yeah, a lot of the drugs are going through there.
Supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States. And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped from the face of the earth. So on that point, let me be crystal clear. There is absolutely no justification or need whatsoever for these tariffs today.
Well, I mean, I believe him. I'm like, if he's, knows what the problem is, which we have identified, and you guys have told me that's the, immigration issue with the fentanyl kicker, and this guy here, Trudeau, is like, listen, you don't need to put some tariff on me for us to be, pro anti-fentanyl. So why don't we just, why didn't Trump just meet with him and say, hey, let's lock the border down the way I want it. Well, you need to back me.
Well, they did initially. I think they just meet and they bought like 30 days or something.
Yeah.
To potentially get whatever Trump thought they needed to do,
and I guess they didn't do it.
But I watched an interview with I think it was the Target CEO yesterday on Fox, I believe, and he said you're going to start feeling the effects of the tariffs within 2 days because like all the fruit and everything that starts coming through. So I mean, Target said they're going to try to eat as much of the price increase as they can, but he said they're not going to be able to eat it all.
When I return, we'll have that Target CEO. And then Amaruth, which if you're on Twitch, like, what the hell just happened? There we go. Hold on. I have an issue. There we go. From all the people that sit back here and adjust my headphone deal. Or maybe it's my fault.
Oh, no.
But Amaruth, and God, we've been with Twitch now, since 17?
Yeah.
Twitch was our original OG. And we've since kind of not neglected Twitch, but Twitch has banned us I don't know how many times. And so we have Twitch. We continue to put our show on Twitch. There are some old school holdouts. I think Airtight Ski Pole's one of them. There's some, that
Cable Dogs over there.
Cable Dogs over there. I think maybe Scotty Landers is over there. There's some old school people that still Twitch it up. But we've spread our wings across, 4 or 5 other visual platforms. But originally when we were with Twitch and back in 2017, this Amaruth, in fact, when I went up to Tom Bean's office when he had an office here, it was 2017. It was like June of 2017. We had just gotten thrown off Bubba 98.7. And we had Charleston. I forget. We had Fort Myers still. We didn't have anybody in Orlando. We didn't have anybody in Tampa because I just gotten fired, and so I didn't really have a lot of options. And Tom Bean's like, "Hey, we need to go to this thing called Twitch. I'm going to camera up the studios, and you guys are just going to continue to do your show." But you're also going to have a visual aspect to your show, and it's on this place called twitch.tv. And I remember looking at him saying, What? We're gonna be on what? Twitch. So I went home to my young son at the time. I go, have you ever heard of Twitch? He goes, yeah, it's where my friends play Fortnite. And I go, oh, you mean like you know about it? He's like, yeah, I know about it. It's where me and my friends, me and Nick and Seth Geary and all my boys, we meet over there and play Fortnite. I go, well, is there any radio shows on there or anything? He's like, no. So when I was sitting in Tom Bean's office, he actually pulled up Amaruth's. I don't know how long she's been with Twitch, but I think, Lummy, she might have been with Twitch from day one.
Yeah, she's been there. She's been there a long time.
And she's worth a ton of money. Like, I heard she bought like a convenience store, and she's got a portfolio of over $20 million of crypto. Like, she has made a ton of money, and she's kind of cute. She's, she was cuter than she is now, but she's cute. She's pretty hot. and she cosplays. She's really into, like, Tuttle would really be in, like, Tuttle, I'm sure you're familiar with Amaruth.
Oh, yeah.
And she'd be right down your cosplaying alley.
She started in 2016.
Yeah, so a year before we did.
Yeah.
So I remember watching Amaruth with Tom Bean as he's showing me Twitch. And at that point, she had 2,000 people online, and she's making, $5 here, $10 there, all this kind of deal. And she's doing dancing and just stuff. Well, did you see where she got robbed?
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, she got robbed. She's so rich. Now, but here's the deal. When a person robs you, don't you understand that, you can't rob a person of their crypto. They don't have it in their back pocket. Yeah. I mean, you can rob them for their car or for their jewelry or whatever cash they got on them, but you can't rob them for your crypto. You can't, hand me over your Robinhood assignment account immediately. No, you idiots. So anyway, when I return, we'll address the Target CEO, as Seth mentioned, and then get into the Amaruth story as well.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Over the line.
All right, guys, come on. I got a little bit of a late start here. First break, we were at 531 likes.
This is a tough spot to put him in, Bubba.
I know, but it keeps hustling.
Which guy? The tough guy wants to fight Tuttle?
It's a meaty hand, man.
He's a little older. I think Tuttle's spry. Yeah, but what?
I think Tuttle can take him.
I've been working out now. I'm pretty fucking strong now. So
I know you are, lover.
all right, guys, get in there. Even if you guys are over in Rumble, hop over real quick. Give me a thumbing on YouTube. I want to get that 1,000. I think we can really get it here. Probably won't get it by 7 o'clock. I was going to shoot on that, but I will come up with something. Something a little quid pro quo or whatever, guys, that you help me out, scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. Thank you, Bubba Nation. Appreciate that. Thumbing expansion. Thank you, Joe the Supermark. So we're at 557. We can get it back up there. I really think we can. Plus, it'd be nice just to kind of face Dr. Dan a little bit. Here we go. Thank you. Good morning, Blumels, divorce lawyer, grouper lips, Kenny Piz. Good morning, Quicker Ticker.
Did you see the video of me and Dan? It got published yesterday.
No, I need to see it.
I stopped going to Reddit, but that doesn't mean that the Reddit comments can't be on YouTube. Here's what they said about it. I never pictured Seth looks like that. Good voice. Doesn't match how he looks. Didn't know he was that fat. I figured he was a little twink gay guy.
I think it's rugged.
It's sad to see what Seth has become. At one time, he was the co-host on the #1 radio show in PM Drive in Tampa Bay. Then he went to the #1 rated rock station, the third biggest radio market. Second, He pissed that opportunity away. Now he's working and kissing ass for a guy that can barely make payroll. Mm-hmm. You are a simp. This is what a man feels like. And to think how much he talks shit about dirt racing. One lap in a 4-banger around Bubba Raceway and dude couldn't breathe. But he would be hard as a rock. You didn't pee, Seth. Your gash is moist. Anybody that uses gash, I definitely know is over 65. But it's still the, I feel the love, guys. Thank you.
Here's the thing, Seth. If they fucking weren't a bunch of marks, they wouldn't be saying a word.
No, it's fine. This guy knows my whole. It's just the ability to sum up somebody's whole career in
shows
2 sentences.
you that they pay attention and that they're fucking who's pathetic? They are.
Well, if you're hanging on if I'm pathetic and you're swinging on my nuts, that can't mean
like Aaron Rodgers. I'm not on any fucking groups about Aaron Rodgers. I got all kinds of comments about that motherfucker. Right. But I got a life. I'm trying to get some pussy, trying to make some money. These people just don't get any pussy.
No, I know. I'm just it's just interesting. It's just some of the top comments were like, "Oh, this is so great. It's funny." And I went and I was like, "Oh God, this is why these comments are at the bottom."
I would just block them. I think they took some of my Clement Kush and analyzed it too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, one of these days, when things slow down, I think things are going to slow down for me, but they don't.
It seems like they're getting busier.
I think it's time for us to prepare a little bit better. Maybe get one of those. We out back we have one of those white tables.
Yes,
and they got a slick surface to them. So if we would take one of the goats and put it on there, they couldn't get a lot of traction as far as being able to that wood, their shanty that Big Red built.
Yes,
they can get gription on that.
Oh yeah, they can.
Yeah, they got carpet and all types of different things, but they couldn't get any gription on one of those tables.
No, not really.
I'm thinking that we're about due, and this is not a bad thing. If anybody knew anything about animals, you need to, and we haven't given them a good shaving, a good haircut in about 3 or 4 years. So they need, and it's getting, and as the weather gets hotter, it really cools them down. Like during the summer, I got to think by having a 2 or 3 year coat on them is not doing them any favors.
No,
they probably get hot.
Yeah, they'll appreciate a shaving.
And I think that the deathly cool nights are over. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we're going to have any more, 40, 45 degree nights.
No, 50 is probably going to be the lowest.
And so I think the shears we can find them somewhere.
I got them in the shed.
Okay.
Yeah, I got everything back there.
So let me look at my calendar here.
Can we sell the goats and get some hens and some cocks and stuff in here to start getting us some chickies?
We don't have to sell
some
the
eggs.
goats.
The goats will protect the chickens.
We can incorporate the cocks and the hens with our existing goats.
Okay. Haven't
buddy?
you ever heard the saying, don't let the goat in the hen house?
No, that's don't let the fox.
Oh, the fox. Okay.
Don't let the fox in the hen house.
Damn it.
Yeah. So probably when we get back from vacation.
So April. This is you plan for April, first week of April, second week?
or even the last week of March.
Oh, okay.
24, 25, 20. Probably maybe you have a show on the 26th, don't you?
Yeah, but we can do that right after it, or even during it, or whatever.
Well, something like that, yeah. or even after.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. I can come back. What time are you usually done with the show?
I'll get done by 11:30 for you. 11:15.
Sure. Tentatively, let's look at the 26th.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Because I can't go. I can't make the 27th because Janie Cakes has got a shuffleboard tournament.
Oh.
Yeah.
How are they doing so far?
She's doing better. Like today, don't forget we have the staff meeting today.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was supposed to be in Ocala to get that new tree frog. Remember that badass remote control tree frog? But now the tree frog guy's saying he's going to get there early, so I'm going to have Drunk Dave and Weed Whipper Greg get demoed. They're going to demo. The guy's going to show them how to use it, and then they're going to show me.
Can one of them maybe like also record it for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going up there Saturday morning. I'm going to the Gator Nationals, but I'm thinking about leaving way earlier, stopping by the track, so that I can get some video footage of the tree frog. You know what I'm saying?
I can't wait.
Now, tomorrow I got lunch with Gooch. He's in town for the Gator Nationals. He's coming down to have lunch with me. Friday, we got Bubba 199, Maria Guatemala, Merch Crick, and I think Not a Fan have all said, and I think Teese and Poitras have all said no problem with the potential Dollhouse girls.
Yeah.
I had some of her Trace Leche's cake, Maria Guatemala, the other day, and it was delicious.
She's the best. I mean,
Bubba's trying to get the Diacos to invest in a brick and mortar for her to start slinging them cakes.
Well, I don't know that you have to do a brick and mortar. I think you could probably just do it online.
I know, but it's so much better to put a little boutique in South Tampa, overpay for.
Look at those jugs.
Yeah, here's the thing.
It's true.
But here's the bad thing.
The
Tuttle.
jugs sell cakes.
Not when the majority of your audience is female. You don't have men going in there saying, I need to design a cake for my wife.
Yeah, they do, because dudes want those naughty,
No.
penis cakes. And she can make those.
Usually women are getting penis cakes for other women's.
Yeah.
See, I mean, listen, if you look at the cake, listen, sit by Publix one day.
Okay.
Hold on. Be a weirdo with a legal pad and a pen and go into Publix and just stand around the bakery and let me know. The first 100 people to buy a cake, a birthday cake or a specialty cake, and get back to me on how many are men and how many are women. You're going to have about 85 women and 15 men.
Dude, it's just like Valentine's Day. Like, dudes have to get cake sometimes. I mean,
not really.
Okay, I got a cake for my friend one time, and I got Publix to write on it. Congrats on coming out of the closet.
Seth?
I mean, that was a different day. Yes, sir.
Seth?
Yeah.
You are far not the average man. We've established
Is that a compliment?
Yeah, take it however you want it. But
Okay.
you're not wired like me. You're not wired like Lummy. You're not wired like Tuttle. You're not wired like Rhett. You're not wired like Macho Man.
You never got a cake for Hogan or for your wife or Tyler?
You know what I did? Is I told the female significant other in my life at the time, hey, go get a cake for Hogan.
Okay, well, we're not just in traditional roles these days. Boys can get cakes too now, Bubba.
Okay, but not to a point where you'd want to establish a brick and mortar store, pay $5,000-$6,000 a month to have that little boutique in South Tampa when you're expecting a bunch of men to come by.
Maria's cakes can sell themselves based on taste alone, but if you're going into the store and you are seeing jugs, like Tuttle said, I'm no businessman, but like Tuttle said, you see the jugs, you're more inclined to want to stay.
So this,
you know where Maria Guatemala, you know where you guys are missing the ball? You guys are missing the ball on a combination store where half the store is sports cards and the other half of the
Cakes
store.
And cards? Cakes
yes,
and cards?
Yes! Hold on! Cakes and cards. Because here's the reason why, Seth, okay?
Okay.
The woman that comes in and gets the cake, chances are she's not going to come over to your section and look at the cards. She just isn't.
Right.
But the man that comes in to try to get that to pull that Caitlin Clark prism,
yeah,
he just might stop by Maria's section because of the jugs initially, but then there's a vagina cake there, there's a penis cake there, there's a Dr. Dan surgical plastic surgeon cake. Then she does all these specialty cakes. Let's say your husband's a mechanic, so they got a big bulldozer cake, and they got a big let's say say that your husband's a stockbroker or got a big money cake. So, Seth, none of the women that are coming in for her stuff are going to go to you. But you got better than a 50% chance of the dudes that are trying to pull that rookie Webinama to go and maybe do business with her. He's like, hey, I'm here buying a cake, but my wife's birthday is next week. And, I think I need to get a cake.
All right, so how do we do this, Bubba? Who are the investors? I don't have a lot.
Who do you think? Brian?
Okay.
The Diagos?
Okay. Are you forcing them, or they would be into this?
No, you're gonna have to. We're gonna have to build a performa.
Oh God,
have you ever built a performa?
Can I get a presentation?
You mean like an elevator pitch?
No, a performa is a statistical data presentation that shows you the impact of the surrounding community, what the demographics are, what the startup costs.
No, I like to speak from the heart. No facts, just all feeling.
What the startup cost is going to be, what the monthly cost is going to be. That's what a performa is.
No, I'm not going to do that. I think they get the vibe of a card store, cake store. I don't think we really need to paint a whole
cakes and cards or cards and cakes. I like cards and cakes.
We're gonna have to figure out what sells more. If what's bigger, the card business or the cake business.
No, just what sounds better. Cards and cakes.
And then are Maria and I the
Cakes and
faces?
cards.
Are we the faces of the operation?
Yes.
I got some money to invest, Seth.
He does.
Yeah, he does. Joe from Airtight. Airtight.
You're speaking for a lot of people's money right now.
But hold on. Joe might be able to do a commercial performa for you to let you. Joe probably has all this type of software that he could look within this. You give him an area that you'd like to be in. He builds a commercial real estate performa for you, where you need to be. What strategic area, what are the rent, what's the triple net rent fees, there's just a lot of things.
Well,
you don't know about.
I've never tried to get investors. Can you do it for me?
Well, can I do it?
Well, I don't know
I can.
You just built me a business with Maria, and I don't know where to go from here.
Well,
should I sit down with her?
No, she doesn't know anything either.
What about No Name Willie? Does he?
He knows how to sling you gas pump parts.
Oh boy,
and not talk.
Okay. All right. Well,
so no.
It's gonna be tough.
I can. It is going to be tough sledding, but I can help you. We could even go to the BRN and say, hey, if you want to be, we could sell points on the deal.
Oh God.
And get investors.
Why don't I just start a GoFundMe, Bubba? That seems why
don't you just sell? You continue to sell them on eBay and be done with it.
Okay.
And I do still think you need to build a bona fide, like a Shopify store, a storefront.
I know.
I do. And Erica can help you with that.
No, I know. I just don't.
Macho Man can help you.
No,
with
I
that.
don't. I don't have anything to sell right now. So
PJE Pros gifted 10 memberships.
You know what? That is so awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, Shopify is not hard at all. I use that a lot.
Ashley help. It's like, listen.
No, I know how to do that. I'm doing other things. I'm doing like card content right now, like nothing you could really sell on Spotify. That's why I'm on the same website Casey Anthony's on right now.
Bubba, you are right on the cake thing. I found a website.
Hold on. Can people just take a step back?
He's got a website? You haven't even heard?
Can people just take a step back and say, Jesus, Bubba is fairly worldly.
You are.
I've been around. I've made a lot of mistakes, but I am pretty damn worldly. You wouldn't believe how many times I got a lawsuit. I got a couple of lawsuits going on. Jay's handling them, and I had a meeting with Jay on yesterday when I was walking out to his car, and we were talking about a law firm. We were talking about a different law firm other than his, and he's like, I think they're a pretty big law firm. I'm like, nope. They're a little boutique law firm ran by a bunch of women. There's about 4 partners in the whole deal, and it's a very small. He's like, no. I said, look it up. He looked it up, and he goes, you're absolutely amazing. I said, I know. I just know, buddy.
What's Tony Gwynn's career batting average?
Probably 375.
I'm going to say 382.
No. 348.
I was closest.
I guess, man, dude, you're the man.
What was it?
I don't know. Did Tuttle just said it was 340? Was he guessing or were you saying?
I was guessing.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Alexa, what was Tony Gwynn's lifetime batting average?
338.
How about Eddie Murray?
Less than that.
No. I think Eddie Murray was damn near 400.
Oh God.
No.
I'm gonna say like 310.
Yeah, but
Are you sure?
Yeah, he not 400.
Eddie Murray 302.
Okay, I'm wrong.
And he also hit 500, and he had 3,000 hits and 500 home runs.
So isn't Ted Williams the highest batting average of all time?
In a season, yeah, he was the last person to bat 400.
Isn't he the last guy to hit 400?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Eddie Murray was 287 for a career.
Oh, damn it.
Well, yeah, let's just go. Yeah, let's just go on the cakes on the Huffington Post did a thing on 1,000
Okay, hold on, do this again.
bakeries.
Go ahead. Give me the cake that I got a little bit down the road. Give me the cake stats.
Huffington Post did it with 1,000 different bakery owners. Who buys more cakes, women or men? And they said 90. Their clientele is 97.1% female.
Jesus.
3% male.
Just a straight mic drop on that mother effer over
What is
there.
that? Who's that according to?
The Huffington Post.
The Huffington Post.
Oh, now you believe the Huffington Post.
By the way, Tuttle still has. We have 1,000 people watching. The record of getting 1,000 thumbs up, time wise, is it 724?
726.
726 set by Dan Diaco. That also got him the strap. Tuttle is asking you, please hit the thumbs up button on the YouTube channel. Go to our YouTube channel. Watch us over there. There's so many different things going on over there. Oh, of which, before I get into the Target CEO, which Seth gave me, and then there was one other story I had here I want to talk about here. Oh, yeah, the Amber Ruth story. Macho Man, are you available to speak right now? Oh, yeah, I was up here in the rafters doing pull-ups and everything.
Yes.
I'm actually not even here. I'm over at 620's or 820's tower. They got a bona fide rat deal over here. Oh, yeah.
There's sometimes, well, I guess yesterday was one of them where I think.
Sometimes he's gone and we don't even know.
You didn't know. You didn't know he was gone.
And here's the deal. The deal I have with Macho Man is this. If we're on the air and we're good, we're solid, and Rhett's got it, meaning like anything that could potentially go wrong, Rhett's got it. You don't have to come to me and say, hey, I got to run over to Largo to fix a hot water heater that blew up on the transmitter last night. Like Macho Man I have that understanding with him. So Macho Man, here's what I need. So Ty J came to the track last weekend and did the drone stuff for me, okay?
He's really good at that.
He's really good at that. You know what? Ty J's got such a kind heart.
He does.
He might be the one dude that looks so rugged and mean and can be rugged and mean. But if he's your friend, he is absolutely a dog when it comes to being like, he's like a loyal, just an he's loving. He's so smart. You just don't think he's not some big dumb football player. He's so smart. And he's so kind. And so I spent some time with him, and I've been his friend since 1992. And the story, Lummy, of the first time I met was when I got him out, when he was going to jail, and I got him out of the jail, or didn't get him arrested. Yeah. And then he threatened to beat me up if I didn't give him his car back. That's when he was a gangster. But Macho Man, he wears this like almost police-like body camera. So when he's out droning, and by the way, his company is called 86 Drone. And if you need anything droned, like for commercial reasons or for insurance reasons or your roof or property line, just anything, if you need anything droned, you can hire his company. He's the only one that he has enough work that he could have 3 crews, but he's like, I don't want to deal with people. I want to do it myself.
Smart.
So he owns 86, and I think it's 86drone.com, if you guys can look that up for me. 86drone.com. He came out and shot, my property, my racetrack, me moving dirt from the Power Screen Florida guys and from the Synergy Equipment guys, and he just came out. His daughter is in the Villages on a DOT construction road project. So he's like, hey, I can have lunch with my daughter and go, drive another 22 miles and see Bubba. So he shot, Lummy, I think the footage is up on our YouTube channel.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think it's up. Is it everywhere?
Yeah.
Do we have it everywhere?
Well, it's a little longer video.
Is it a reel? I mean, we probably need to make it a reel.
Make it shorter.
Well, we need to probably make it a reel for Facebook.
Okay.
But that being said, is it 86drone.com?
No, I'm asking him what his website is right now.
Okay. So he had, when he goes out into various neighborhoods and he's doing work for an insurance company or a bank because a guy's trying to get a loan and the bank wants the place completely droned, including the roof, or he's working for a roofing company. Now on his high res vest, it says FAA approved drone operator. Like it says that. So but a bunch of white Karens are always coming up and screwing with them because they see this big 6'5" African-American man in their neighborhood, and they're not used to seeing 6'5" African-American man in their neighborhood. And you know how white ass Karens are. And so there's no off, he has 2 or 3 confrontations a week of these white Karen bitches coming up. What are you doing? Tajay's like, I'm droning a home for an insurance company, and I don't have to answer your questions. Well, you may have to answer my questions, but I'm just asking you, why are you droning that house? It seems to be like it's really close to my house. Well, ma'am, you don't own the airspace above your house. I'm not droning your house. I'm droning the house beside yours because the insurance company has a roof claim. I don't even have to tell you any of this stuff, but out of courtesy, I am. I'm an FAA-approved drone operator, and I'm droning for the client that has hired me to drone the property next to you. Now, I don't really have much else to say to you other than I need to get back to work. Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't believe how they even let you in the guard gate. You're not, ma'am, I'm a FAA-registered drone operator. I'm operating a drone within the confines that I'm droning the house that I'm supposed to be droning. So because he deals with all these white ass Karen confrontational bitches, he's got this police quality body cam. Now, Lummy, it's not the same stupid thing that I bought that feels like a goddamn dinner plate on your chest that I bought to hook you guys saw it, Lummy. It looks stupid. Had it all hooked up, and you hook your cell phone up to it.
I thought you looked handsome.
I mean, and let me, as I was running the equipment, it was bouncing all around and all this kind of stuff. Well, Ty J's got this cop a body cam, kind of like that kind of clips on your collar or something like that. And I
sent it to you.
Well, now hold on.
From Macho.
From Macho?
Yes.
Okay. Because Macho, not that I want to be, you sent it to me, not that I want to be irresponsible and spend, more money than I have to, but that was a little more than I thought it was going to be. But anyway. Now, Mach, is this the best of the best? Is this the best?
From what I'm seeing, no, but it looks like it's a good one.
Hold on. What's the best of the best?
They went up to $1,000.
Oh, no, I don't want that.
But this one's good, though, for $350.
So now, will this clip on my, will this?
Yeah, there's a clip on it.
Was it a taser, too?
That'd be awesome.
So this will clip right on me. And then I think it has an SD card. And what I would do is just take the SD card out and hand it to Rhett or Gary. And then they would just get it ready for me, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a GPS in there, too, so they can see where you're at.
Oh, really? Now, can you, if I wanted to take it off.
And night vision.
If I wanted to take it off my chest and make it be, as I'm driving home, my dash cam, does it have the ability to do that? Because I did see ones that had suction cup accessories where you can also make it be your dash cam. Because I got a feeling one of these days I'm going to get into a road rage incident, and it would help me if I had a dash cam footage. So maybe you can.
I'm saying a shoulder mount. There's probably something we could find for you.
Don't say shoulder mount. That's the problem I have now is this shoulder. Are you sending me another one to look at?
No, I'm just looking for a mount for the camera for the dashboard.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'll get with you after the show. You let me know because I need to get one of these.
GC Supply wants to sponsor the Bubba Cam.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Fantastic. So I could even, so let me, every time I'm on the body cam, I can be like, hey, Bubba the Love Sponge, I'm out here with my GC Supply body cam.
Yeah, go GCSupply.com.
And you know what, Lummy? I could even do my food review with it, too.
Oh, yeah.
Merch Crick could be having her angle, and I could be having my body cam angle.
Bubba, your body was meant to have many cameras on it. It's time to embrace what you're
What,
really
you think
here
I'm a manatee and I got a bunch of barnacles on my back?
So what do you want to have, the shoulder mount, the chest mount?
No, I don't want any mount.
I'm saying he's got a lot of mass that he could put a lot of cameras on him, and it's time to do it.
I just want so Ty J shows me the one he's got, and it just clips right there on his gimmick, right there on his lapel. And he's got any stupid ass white Karen that tries to give him a hard time. They can never say there was an African American 6'5" guy, and he called me this and called me that, and then he hit me.
You think you'd be okay with his Subaru? I sent you the little suction cup too.
You did?
Yeah.
For that?
Yes.
For that unit?
Yeah, it's only $25.
Let me see here. Let me. So that's the suction cup for that. For that gimmick.
Perfect.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, it's called Patrol Eyes.
And then that puts it as a dash cam deal?
Yes.
Right. And how long can I buy a bigger SD chip, or is the SD, I mean, like, how long will it last? I got to think it probably will last quite a while. Like 12 hours or something like that. I think they make these, Lummy, for cops that do like 12-hour shifts. And if not, I could buy a bigger SD card, probably.
Probably put a terabyte SD card in there.
Yeah, something like that. Here's the CEO, as Seth had mentioned. So, Lummy, I'm getting one of these because I'm not going to have the $34 chest mount that I bought to try to hook up my iPhone, and then you're officially that guy. If you have like a little body cam on, you're not that guy. But when you got your iPhone hooked up to a huge ass chest mount and your man boobs are hanging over the sides, you're that guy. I don't want to be that guy. I've been that guy too long.
Too late. You're that guy.
I'm not that guy.
That's your identity now.
I'm not that guy if I'm not that guy anymore.
Embrace it.
If I'm not doing that, I'm not that guy. Ty J showed me a more svelte, cooler way to do it. And that's the way I'm going to do it.
Are you going to be creating any POVs with Merch Crick where you're wearing your headset? Or no, maybe she could wear the headset and we could just get focused on you and your faces?
Oh, yeah.
How many times will you forget to turn it off and you'll be pooping and it's just explosion?
Oh, man.
There's probably a lot. You know what? With regards to getting this new body cam and the things that I get involved in, there's probably a lot of things that would, that would be out of the box type programming that might work. I had an explosion today.
Oh God!
I was late for work. I was 7 minutes late for work. I got down here at like 10. I got here from 10 till 5. And then I see Macho pull in, and I go, listen, I got to go upstairs because I got to poop. And that was like at 5:25. So I was late. Sorry.
No, those are categories where we'll try to protect pricing, but the consumer will likely see price increases over the next couple of days.
Has the stock market gone crazy?
It's down the last 2 days.
I mean, is it way down?
I think 600 points one day.
Is it time to get in?
Not yet. It's probably going to be probably next week.
Over the next couple of days, so those go in
really
instantaneously.
short supply chain.
That I can get in. My IRS
Will they let you get in or no?
No.
Oh, that's stupid.
I can't. If I was to get in, let's say I have $600 saved, which is about what I got. I got like $550 saved. That's my complete life savings.
Oh man,
I got like $500 saved. Now, let's say I wanted to buy some Bitcoin, or I wanted to buy some Ethereum, or I wanted to buy just something off the NASDAQ, whatever deal. Whatever profit I would make, the IRS is taken.
Not unless you put it underneath my name. I can do some investment.
I'm not doing any of that stuff. Please.
Yeah, that's
real shady.
So you think about all the fresh produce. We depend on Mexico during the winter. We're going to try to make sure we can do everything we can to protect pricing. But if there's a 25% tariff, those prices will go up.
For things.
Those are categories.
All right, so the Target CEO says, hey, be ready. Be ready.
Now.
Storage capacity, 32 gig. That ain't a lot, is it?
Macho was saying it's 40 hours of video.
Oh, okay. That's perfect. No problem. I got to get that.
Just get it uploaded and then take it, delete it every day.
The GC Supply. The GC Supply Bubba body
Yeah,
cam.
I told him, he's gonna send the money over.
Perfect. All right, so this is Amaruth.
Man.
And yeah, phew. And she's not nearly as hot as she used to be, but she's worth a lot of money. Supposedly 20 million in crypto. And this is, I guess she got robbed. I don't know. I think she's married. When the robbers couldn't get into her accounts, it looks like Saragusa led them into a building where her husband, who had seen the post on X, was waiting with a pistol. Oh, Lummy, so is she like live, like live on Twitch, and she knew that if she could lure the bad guys into this particular building where her husband had a pistol because he's monitoring the situation?
I think she was able to send a tweet out. She sent a tweet out that said she was getting robbed, and her husband saw it.
When the robbers couldn't get into her accounts, Saragusa, which I think might be her married last name.
Yeah, she's Caitlin Saragusa.
Caitlin Saragusa led them into a building where her husband, who had seen the post on X, was waiting with the pistol. So she might have, on X, said, I'm getting robbed, or maybe even gone live, right?
I think she was able to post that she was getting robbed.
I believe I shot one of them. I'm covered in blood, but only some of it's mine, Saragusa later said. Police said the husband was waiting with a pistol and fired shots when the men approached the area. Investigators believe one robber was shot because there was a trail of blood. Saragusa was sent to the hospital with non-threatening... Okay, which one? Her or the husband? It just says Saragusa. And I'm assuming if that's her husband, that's his last name too.
Yeah.
Saragusa was sent to the hospital with 9 non-life-threatening injuries. She had posted her crypto portfolio of 20 million online before the incident. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is her X feed, if this is the feed that her husband was watching when she was trying to lure.
This is the camera. This is their house camera. Because... What the hell?
Oh, right here. It's in here. I'm still coming. Come on. Go. Hurry up.
Oh.
So Amaruth got pistol whipped.
Poor thing. She got pistol whipped.
She got pistol whipped before, and then they were demanding her crypto. She, I guess, claimed...
Oh, so they pistol whipped her, told us, man, get us into your crypto account.
We want you to transfer your crypto to us.
Right.
She said that the only way she was going to be able to do it was going into the house.
Right. She was hoping her husband's...
So she was able to post. She did a post on her X saying that she was getting robbed, and her husband saw that she just made a post on X saying she was getting robbed. So he was ready.
Husband must be pretty much Johnny on the spot if he's monitoring her X. I mean, I don't monitor anybody's X, minute by minute, unless he had it like maybe a notification where when she put something new up, it got
That's what it is.
Yeah,
he had a notification.
But isn't this on her though? Flossing her 20 million that she had. Remember when you used to have to get on B-Fud's ass because he would take random pictures of money laying on a bed and he'd be like, look at all the money I had. And you were like, B-Fud, you can't do that. Somebody's going to rob you.
Yeah, mostly Tuttle.
Yeah.
Tuttle's going to take your money. He was so afraid of Tuttle. He was so afraid of Tuttle. Tuttle and him lived at the race shop, and Tuttle had him believing that Tuttle was crazy, like crazier than he already is. And so, Tuttle he wouldn't even, B. Fudd wouldn't even sleep on the upstairs bedroom part. B. Fudd would sleep down on the couch with a gun because he was so afraid of Tuttle raping him. And then Tuttle had him believing, I got to be careful before I go into words. Now, B. Fudd never did this. He never did it. But it's almost like if you Stockholm or you tell somebody that you did something enough times, they might just potentially believe you when you're in a Stockholm captive situation. So Tuttle said, one night I got up to go to the bathroom and you must have been sleep masturbating or something, but I caught you masturbating and you ate your own, the byproduct of masturbation. You ate it. And B. Fudd was like, no, I didn't. And Tuttle, to the day B. Fudd left to go back to Washington, Tuttle would tell him every day, you eat your own. And eventually it got so ingrained into B. Fudd's mind that he thought maybe he really did eat his own.
Jeez.
Even though it was Tuttle just completely making up the deal.
Yeah, that's preposterous. Why would anybody do that? But I
got to go into words. We'll come back. It'll be, let me see, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We'll come back about 23. And what's the record set at 26?
Yeah, 726.
And
I don't think you're going to get it, buddy. You need $155. You need $145.
I think we can get it. I'm going to hit it hard here during the break. If you're in YouTube right now watching, we're at 1,100. We need to get that ratio up a little bit more. Get it to 1,000.
You were talking about your thumbs up.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes, my thumbing.
Right. Thumb Tuttle. He's trying to break Dan's record.
Dirt Merchant, more dirt videos, $10 on the Super Chats.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Bubba, you gotta put your laptop in the fucking thing.
They yell at you.
I mean, what do you think?
That might be a good discussion. You're just saying.
You know how many fucking streamers get shut the fuck down at the airport?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
The airport's its own judge and jury.
Listen, Seth, for the last, I don't know what happened.
You guys?
I don't know what happened to my car right now. I don't know what happened to the area around it. But for the last 4 years,
like button.
They say I got metal on my dick.
906 right now.
And they grab my balls every time.
That's the Biden administration. Seeing if maybe check your balls, see if you're up for being a girl.
I get ball checked every trip. And so what if I said, hey, I'm just cammering because I get ball grabbed all the time. You guys ball grab me all the time.
I don't think customers or whatever have any rights in the airport. I think it's all. I think TSA has the power, and then the people at the snack shop hold the other power over the $8.50 bottle of water.
921.
You will take my breath away.
I mean, what do we got? 26?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got 26, Bubba. 26, Bubba.
941. Come on, guys.
21. 26, Bubba.
941. Let's get this going. 50 away.
Wow, 50 away with 6 minutes.
Yep.
With 6 minutes.
Here we go. 955.
What up, Berto? What up, Lunger?
Thank you, guys, everybody. If we don't make it happen, then you know what? I appreciate the hustle.
Tried. So you tried.
I tried. I'm actually signed in as Dr. Dan over here, chatting in the chat room, telling people to help his friend Tuttle.
I as the Bubba the Love Sponge show, just did the thumbs up. You might hit it. You're only 27 away.
Woo! Yes! Come on, guys. If you're on Rumble, let's get it. We got a little under 5 minutes.
YouTube.
Gotta go on YouTube.
What's up,
Hit that thumbing.
Marius.
20 away.
996.
Morris.
You're gonna hit it. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you right now. You're gonna hit it.
Good job, Tuttle.
Hold on.
1K. Yes.
1K. Let me at 721. 721.55.
New track record.
Let me say that. 751.
721.
721.55.
Thank you, guys. Dan's gonna be pissed as hell. Thank you, guys. You're the best. You showed great appreciation.
Well, let's see if Tuttle can break Babyface's 1600 then.
Yeah, I don't think that's
By
breakable.
what time?
The end of the show.
I don't think that's breakable.
I think. Come on.
Tuttle's feeling it.
I'm pinning down fast times right now, man.
Tuttle did it.
Oh, say, can you see?
Thank you, Jess _Heat. She said she came for Tuttle. Thank you. It's like the.
That's much like yesterday, that could be interpreted in many ways.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, look.
You know, Tuttle, that's a double entendre.
What? Came for Tuttle?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it means both things. Like,
Yeah, like she
came here for me, or she fucking squirted for me.
Naughty boy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
It's a new track record. And he's on it. And it's a new track record.
Tuttle did it.
Yeah.
721.55. And I think we're going to have to do like the seconds, because this is going to continue to be an ongoing thing amongst, listen, Lasker probably doesn't care.
No.
But
I don't know. He was really hoping for.
Gene's very competitive, like racing wise. And this is kind of like if I say, hey, Gene, this is, getting to 1,000. Who can get to 1,000 thumbs up on YouTube first? Is kind of like, running the A main at Ocala Speedway.
Because when let
me tell you something. If it's about running the A main, bitch, I'll put a brand new right rear on there and wax that ass.
Because he asked me when he was leaving the show on Friday, he said, so when did I get the 1,000? I told him it was 13 minutes late. He goes, man, if I would have pushed it harder, I would have got it.
Let me tell you something. If I would have came right out of the box,
yeah.
I lifted in the third segment.
I drug the brake and lifted in the third segment. Listen, so back in the day at East Bay, we all entered the track through turn 2. They had this big gate, and they would push you off outside the gate, and then your car would start, and you'd kind of idle it up to the track, and then you would pick up the gas a little bit going into turn 3, and then going into turn 4, and then by the time because they would push off 24 cars. So as you got pushed off, Lummy, you would continue to idle around the bottom.
Okay.
Because the guys that were getting pushed off stayed to the top. And, you would never go more than, like, let's say, 30 miles an hour. Those things don't want to, like, their wheels get real floppy, and they don't want to, they sprint cars handle like dump trucks until you put a load on, until you're up to speed and that wing starts working. So, you're just trying to, it's a handful to go slow. So Lasker, and he got in so much trouble. He actually got disqualified from a couple different races. His gimmick was, and all the fans knew it, they got to like it. So first thing he would try to do was he would try to be first one up to get pushed off, to be the first car on the track, because it's less dangerous that way. But they would push him off, and instead of just getting pushed off, going onto the track, and then lightly just going into 3, like about 30 or 40 miles an hour, then going into 1, staying low on 2, because they got other guys that are getting pushed off on the high side of 2. Lasker, as soon as he would go over the hump and get on the track, would completely floor it. So it was completely full gas, going into 3, going into 4, and then by the time he'd shut it down at the flagman stand, because other cars were starting to get pushed off. That was kind of his gimmick. They'd be like, now entering the track, number 41, Gene Ladd, and he would just haul ass. So anyway, he's very, very competitive. And now Seth, that Brian set this whole original record at 744.
Yes, of course.
Dan took him 2 days, but he broke it. Now the shovel-faced smartass is going to be full hot and a full salesman. And I'm thinking, we could very well, as this gets churned up, might have 1,000 by the first hour.
We're at 1.1 right now.
Yeah, well, Brian still has so Lummy, we have 2 records, the fastest to 1,000 and the most overall. And I think the fastest to 1,000 goes to one Patrick Tuttle.
Yes.
And the overall is 1.6 by the great Brian Shovelface Matroni.
Which was at the end of the show.
I know.
I'm saying we didn't mark a time. It just says end of the show.
Yeah, well, that's what we go with.
Okay.
When we say goodbye.
Got it.
When we finally say goodbye. Tuttle, how is your podcast going, and have you given Seth Kushner any excerpts of you and your wife's podcast? Because Over the Line got me one. We got another one, Tuttle. Oh yeah, Operation Pigmentation, and then Seth tells me that yesterday's Pigmentation was funny as hell.
Sweet.
Yes, I am gonna get you some audio.
That's very important, Tuttle.
Okay,
how can I promote you and your lovely wife on the big show, so to speak? A show that's got 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 sets of eyes watching it, tens of thousands sets of ears watching it. This is the largest the morning show, so to speak, is the largest platform we have.
That's real estate.
Yeah. So why don't you have anything?
Bubba, I don't think I asked Tuttle. I think this might be on me. I was gonna gather clips for everybody. I was just able to gather those, and then I was gonna give you.
Oh, okay. I was trying to get on Tuttle hard.
No, I know. I do. But again, that was something that I'm gonna, I'm taking on. If people want to send me clips, like Over the Line suggested it when you were talking to them, that's fine. But I
was just trying to keep a little bit of. I was saying, like, if a show picked out what they thought was the funniest and got it to you, it probably would be less work for you, that we could just literally plug and play.
I'm working on cameraing up my studio. That's the one thing, because everybody else is giving you video.
Yes, but prior to that, you do have some audio high spots, I'm sure.
Yes, I have some written down.
Okay, and so if you could get until your listen, don't wait until your cameras are finally installed.
Okay.
If you got some audio high spots, get them to Seth.
I'll tell you, Tuttle and Colton do the best thing where they send me notes about what their episode is about.
Perfect.
Which is the best thing that anybody could do. That's what makes my life easier.
I'll get you some timestamps. Kristen was talking about D-pics getting sent to her in the past.
Man,
and
now,
stuff.
Matthew says, Kristen and Tuttle podcast is the one podcast that I can't stand to listen to. Not because of Tuttle, because of Kristen.
Oh, well, I mean.
Wow. I would think that would be completely opposite. They wouldn't want to listen to the little whiny, goggled up bitch. They want to hear the hot chick that likes to squish things with her feet.
Yeah, somebody, see, now it's best high spot of Tuttle and Kristen is when they say bye, the show is over.
Wow. Now, listen, I think this podcast is bringing you guys a little bit closer.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And, you try to play kayfabe. You try to play. you try to. I know you, and you are really kayfabing.
We actually nobody really talks about it around here.
Let's talk about it now.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus!
Thank you, Seth Kushner.
Yeah,
nobody really talks about it, and I like to talk about it now. And I'd like you to be honest with me. I've known you for a long time. There's not been another. I'm not trying to pump up my chest and smell myself, but no radio personality has given you more opportunities to be on the air than me.
No, nobody has given me more opportunities.
And
yes.
You've not screwed other radio personalities over as much as you screwed me.
No, it was bad times.
You cost me thousands of dollars one time with Cox.
Yeah, because I was saying Cowhead's name.
I would just hope that now that you're older and you're wiser, and more importantly, you're sober
and rich,
and you've lost both of your parents, and you just have a different sense of life. Meaning, when you lose both of your parents, you just have a different sense of appreciation for those that care about you.
Oh, yeah, especially being an only child. You feel alone. You feel like, oh, damn, I don't have any family.
So maybe now you're thinking, wow, you know what? There were times in my life where I was at my absolute low point where Bubba was the one person that cared about me.
Yeah.
When you had threatened to kill yourself. You put me in a corner where Dan wasn't even. I don't know if
you called Dan.
No, he texted me.
Oh yeah.
So you said what you said, and Dan texts me and says, "Listen, he has put you into a corner. He has now publicly said that he has thought about suicide. You have to admit him, just with regards to." Being, held liable. If I didn't do anything about that threat, then I could, and you had felt, and then the next night you'd follow through, people could say, Bubba, he told you the day before he had thoughts of suicide and you didn't do anything about it. So the minute that you publicly said, I had to take you to the funny farm. And then once you got out of the funny farm, and I've told the story a lot, and I just want you to know that I genuinely, I think Tara came and visited you, and the boys came and visited you. But I genuinely had talked it over with some people, and I was like, you know what Tuttle needs, rather than to be back on the show, because I think you got out on a Thursday, didn't you?
Yes.
No, you got out on a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
State of Colton.
And I had told everybody, first of all, your mom and dad were worried sick. Your mom and dad were worried sick. Your dad was not in the best of health at the time.
No, they couldn't have driven over here.
No, they couldn't. And, listen, I have a son. Seth has a daughter. Lummy has a son. Fast forward that how old were you at that time, Tuttle? 34?
Yeah, I'd have been like 37, 38.
All right. So you're 30. So, Seth, Sammy, and Lummy, and Walker, they're in their mid-30s. They're, they've dabbled around in radio. They're on a radio show. They say that they were potentially thinking about harming themselves. You're what's Volusia? 115 miles away?
Yes.
Okay. You and Phoebe can't get over to Sammy. Lummy, you and Ashley can't get over to Walker.
Yeah.
And you're getting updates that they went to the funny farm for, was it 3 days? It was 3
No,
days.
it was supposed to be originally 3 days, but then after the psychiatrist talked to me, he kept me in.
Up there for 5.
No, it was 8 days. It was over a week, yeah.
So we know Tuttle's getting out on Wednesday. So I tell you, and I think I tell you and Colton.
Yeah, me and Colton were there when he got out.
Yeah, but didn't I? You guys were here, and I said, Colton, and you're closest with Colton. You really are. And so I told Colton, you were hell bent on coming back.
Well, I thought that's what you would want.
No.
And Bubba, you told us.
And I said,
and we told you, Tuttle, for like an hour.
And I'm like, Tuttle, I'm like Lummy and Colton. I think Trace might have been there as well.
No, it was just me and Colton.
Okay, so you and Colton.
Yeah.
And I said, guys, I don't care what he thinks. I think. And he was you were a full-time member of the show at that time. Sitting right where you're sitting now.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a great job.
Yep.
And until you wanted to kill yourself.
Yeah.
And that was probably because you were hopped up on pills and alcohol.
Well, yeah, I was definitely,
So at that point, I got a hold of Colton and Lummy, and I said, guys, his mom and dad, now I didn't have a direct tether into your parents, but I knew them. I knew what I would be thinking as a parent, what Seth would be thinking as a parent, what any person as a parent would be thinking is, we want our son back. We want to love on him. We want to talk through this as a family. We wanted him to know that nothing's ever worth doing that. That's a selfish act. That we want to wrap our arms around him. We want. At that point, let me would have been Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Tuttle would have probably used Sunday as a travel day and came back to Colton's on Sunday for Monday's show.
Yes.
So it would have been Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 3 really good nights with your parents. And so I said, please send him home. Please. I don't know what I can say to let you know how important this is to me. This isn't a radio work. I'm not shooting a high spot here. I'm not trying to, I don't want Tuttle fresh from the funny farm, so we open the show up and say fresh from the funny farm. I want Tuttle to go home and be with his mom and dad. And so, of course, Tuttle, being Tuttle, wouldn't listen. I'm not going to do that. I think the Sponge wants me to come right out of the box hot with all the funny farm stuff. There's a couple black guys that held me down and got me the booty juice. I learned real quick how things worked out there. There's no clocks. You can only look outside. It's just like I'm never going to ever even kid about killing myself. I'm not even going to kid about getting stung by a bee. I'm so scared.
Yeah, that was about it.
So he defies me. Thursday morning, we're ready for the show, and there's Tuds. And by the first break, he's not in the right mindset, but because he still wants to work, meaning he's trying to work a gimmick. You're probably, in my opinion, Tuttle, somewhat embarrassed of what you just went through.
Oh yeah.
But you're trying to work an angle, and you then get on my back. The bottom line, you insinuated that I caused you to do all of this, and it was all my fault. That's what you got.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? And I kicked you out.
Mm-hmm.
Did I fire you?
You fired me when I was watching the Florida-Tennessee football game with my dad. You texted me and told me we would no longer be needing your services.
What, because of what you just did to me?
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, listen, that's Tuttle, and I don't know how we got down that beaten path.
Well, how much you love me?
Well, we were going to talk about.
I love you. I love you so much. I think you're so talented. I am so happy for you're just doing so good right now. And and you're kayfabe and the Kristen.
Well, we were
deal.
going to talk about the weekend sex fest that they had.
What?
So Tuttle,
Tuttle,
you're a little worker. You're a little schemer, and you only give us Like Seth's pretty transparent on the air. Lummy's pretty transparent on the air. I'm way too transparent on the air.
Well,
and you're transparent enough to keep us guessing, but we don't really know the dynamic between you and Kristen.
I mean, we're hanging out quite a bit when it's not doing the podcast and stuff. I've been kayfabing a lot of things just because I don't want to go back to that, because I did share a lot of things when we were married.
Now, can I ask you a question? Are you kayfabing it because you don't want it to get back to her that you're over there blowing your mouth about how good things are going, in fear that could scare her away, and that you got her doing the podcast and that's about as public as she probably wants to be, and she doesn't want your guys' private life plastered all over the air?
Yeah, I mean,
so why don't you tell me that then?
Well, and I also don't want to jinx it because everything's going so well. Like, I mean, I have season tickets to Orlando City. We've been going there. We've been going to art festivals.
I mean, would you even though you guys are still legally married, because you Seth has said nothing in 15 minutes, and he only says it's gay. That's it. Very, by the way, very effective, very strategically planned. Thank you very much, Seth.
Well, the whole thing.
Only a guy that was, a 2-week executive producer in Market 2 would know how to strategically get a 2-word blurb in and it be effective.
They wouldn't let me on the air either.
Well, yeah, God, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, they let Beer Can Johnny on more.
And here's the thing: I'm not trying to kiss your ass. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass.
No, I should have been on the air sure.
But I want you to hear my spiel.
Okay, we're not letting you out of the crosshairs, Tud.
No, Tud, you're on. You're in it. I'm on it. Do not let me off. Don't get me off.
I'm writing it down. Sex fest.
I'm a hound dog and I'm on his trail right now.
Yes, sir.
I just happen to smell something else a little bit. So, Seth, I'm telling you right now, you're a great broadcaster. You're great on the air. You're quick. You're very spontaneous. You're witty. You're shot out of a cannon. You're a hot mess. You're everything that makes a good broadcaster. And anybody, if you were part of a show and they didn't have you on a mic, just shows you how insecure they really are on their show and their ability. Because even if you're a third mic or a fourth mic and they got an established threesome and maybe you're even like, behind the other side of the glass, like Macho Man's mic's on,
there's no glass. They had me in their office answering phones.
Okay, what I'm saying is,
I'm like, when am I going to start doing the big boy stuff?
You needed to be doing the big boy stuff.
Like get you out of 27th place.
And anybody that wouldn't put you on the air is intimidated by how good you are on the air. I did one show with you, called up my sister and said, oh my God, he reminds me of the guy that got me in radio, Kerry Gray, who I can't say enough. He's the guy who got me in radio. He's like my God. He's my radio God. Rest in peace, Kerry. You remind me so much of him, and so quick-witted, and just a lot of things that you do remind me of Carrie, who I hold in the highest of standards. I remember calling my sister and be like, man, I just did a show with Seth. And she's like, I heard it. I said, doesn't it remind you of Kerry Gray, just how quick and how funny and how smart ass and just how he can whether it's a feminine side or whether it's a masculine side or whether it's a shot of a cannon side or whether it's a hot mess side or whether it's an adversarial side. You got it all, buddy. You got it all, kid.
Well, I see myself as a pretty rugged alpha, but I can understand some.
You did get on a Cybertruck yesterday and felt the 1,000 horsepower underneath your ass.
I did. My gash got wet.
Exactly. Your gash got wet.
What?
Phoebe probably ravished you the minute she saw the video. It's oh my God, my husband can drive a full-blown 1,000 horsepower Cybertruck. I love him.
That's definitely what impresses her after all these years.
That's oral all night long.
Oh God, I barely could get up for work this morning. I was watching the Trump speech and getting
being oraled.
Oraled, nonstop oraled.
So anyway, Seth. Tuttle.
Yes.
I feel as if things are going so good. That's why you're kayfabing them. Like you guys are kind of an exclusive couple.
We haven't had that talk.
What do you mean you haven't?
Like being exclusive.
actions speak louder than words. Are you seeing anybody else?
No.
Is she seeing anybody else?
I mean, I'm sure she could. I don't know.
But remember, you were banging all those old ladies around your village. You're not doing that anymore, right?
No.
That was just a phase he went through when they needed a bingo guy.
Yeah, is bingo still a thing? Tuttle?
It's kind of died down a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, not enough people.
And Tuttle, here I got to think that your old person hustle, you've trimmed it way back because you're making, you got this job and you got that recruiting deal.
Mm-hmm.
You're making some really good money without having to power wash, Grandma McGillicuddy's, front awning.
Yeah.
So I got to think that your handyman services at the retirement village are kind of are kind of low right now because you're making good cash without having to power wash.
I did have a fall from a ladder while doing some handyman work this weekend.
So anyway, here's the deal.
Did someone have to find you on your back after 6 hours? Or?
No, I was able to roll out of it.
So here's the deal.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, you tuck and roll?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. With the wand in your hand?
Yeah.
We almost had Tuttle's a quadriplegic, and Bubba's like, yeah. Well, let's get on to the boobies.
So here's the deal. Can I ask just one question? And hopefully she's not upset about the question. But, have you guys made love?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. That's all I need to know. Yeah. For real.
Good job.
Hold on. I'm as excited as Seth Kushner was just now.
Did it feel like the first time?
Yeah.
Feel like making
I was a little sensitive because I'm not on things anymore.
Right.
And
Did emotions overcome you?
Yeah.
Did you cry after?
I've cried after sex before.
Wait, what?
One time.
After orgasming?
I cried.
Oh no, we don't need this now.
One time after sex.
Maybe we should make that a podcast, Bubba. It's just like.
No, maybe we shouldn't. But Tuttle, okay, so then I'm like, Tuttle, it's kind of official. You guys are dating.
I wouldn't.
Yes, you are.
See, now you're making it a thing.
No, it's not a thing. You guys are very strategically and casually dating. And that's not a very, I'm just saying, you're strategically and casually enjoying each other's company exclusively.
Yes, a lot.
There you go. Has she indicated to you that things could further accelerate in your bond?
Mm-hmm.
She has?
No, well, I mean, she is.
Has she ever said these words to you or something similar? Hey, I really enjoy hanging out with you. I love you.
No, not that.
All right.
Not well. It has happened before.
I don't think that she's ever stopped loving you.
Well,
I think she didn't love the person that you had become, and I think
she didn't love Tuttle, but she loves Patrick Fowler.
Well, I think that she was. What scared her away, and the time away from each other, which you guys had, 5-6 years where you really didn't have a lot of communication, when you were a drunk, when you were living at my race shop, when you were just an absolute hot mess, when you would pull out of the studios and hit a palm tree.
Yeah.
I think I think she was not disgusted, but she was disappointed in you. You couldn't really
keep it together,
and you couldn't fake it. You were such a drunk. And, you were such an addict that you couldn't fake those that really knew you like her. And I think you guys had a hiatus of 3-4 years?
Yeah, quite a bit before we even started talking.
Right.
Again.
And so you guys only started talking again once you became sober. And she now is kind of reflective of the person that she fell in love with and married. You are more like that person than you were the person that she did not like and did not want to be around.
Yes, but she was also.
God, I should be a counselor.
She was also a little hesitant because she saw that from the outside I was doing really well, but she knows didn't believe it.
But she knows you're a worker.
Exactly.
She nothing on PayPal today.
No.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's been like one of the slowest weeks ever. It really needs. Maybe they're all saving it for Bubba 199.
That's true.
I hope Bubba 199's huge. Remind me today that I got to call Warren from the Dollhouse.
Got it.
Because I want to get 2 girls up in here. So I'm sorry. So, Tuttle, the reason why maybe Krista is even a slower approach than you is because she knows you're just an unbelievable worker, a liar, a scammer, a schemer,
Yeah.
But she has probably spent enough time with you now that she knows it's for real. I've seen you in alcoholic settings where you did not drink.
Yes.
Do not drink, will not get back on that wagon.
Yeah, I every time I have one of these, somebody would be like, "Hey, can you hold my beer for me? I need to pick up something, or I need to go get something." And I'm like, "Look, I can't. It's not that I would drink it if it was in my hand. It's just a bad look." And people would want to throw me under the bus if they saw me holding anything.
So, with your guys' podcast, it's just, I think it's nice for the fans to know that there's something there.
Oh, of course.
You guys just aren't friends. I really think, and do you think there's a chance, in the next 5 years that you two guys would be back together full-time, husband-wife-ish?
I would love that.
I know you would.
Because I think it'll keep me honest. It'll give me something that I want to succeed and stuff. It's my motivation.
Yeah. And where do you think her mind is?
I mean, she was in a longer relationship, maybe like a year ago.
Even though you're still legally married.
Yeah.
Her mind's on that Tuttle D. Hey, Tuttle, just so you know, just as a real friend, having the conversation, that it's the way that, your story's played out over the last few years, it's almost like you're coming to the end of some dark romantic comedy. Just from what you came out of, from where you were to now possibly, if you do end up in a great spot with Kristen down the line, I think that's why it's fascinating to me, people that, get separated and then they end up coming back together. Like, I haven't seen that. I haven't known anybody that's done that, in my life so far. So I find it interesting.
And hold on, Seth, while staying married, meaning like, not only
divorce is expensive, man.
Yeah, I mean, true. Not only potentially getting back together, but they legally never really separate. I mean, legally they're still together.
Yeah,
So I'm excited for you, my friend. I really am, and I don't think you have to kayfabe it anymore. I think you kind of stretch the legs out a little bit on it.
We're going to the Electronicon convention.
The what?
Electronicon next weekend. It's with
Electronicon.
It's all electric vehicles that you can test drive, or go see in person.
Are you doing an Elon protest? Is that why you're showing up?
No, we're big. She's like the biggest Elon.
Is she wanting to maybe get a Tesla?
Well, right now she has a hybrid, and she's already pre-ordered one for Tesla a long time ago.
What is she doing for a living nowadays? Vaguely, no companies mentioned or anything like that. Like what type of business is she in?
She is a private Pilates instructor, certified.
Oh man, that body's hard.
Oh yeah, yeah. Makes me want to tighten up a little bit more. I mean, I'm in better shape than what I was. Like my alcoholic raging days, I was like 215. I'm down 173 now.
I mean, I remember when your mom was still alive and you were taking pictures with your shirt off and stuff when you were getting your fish hustle on.
Yeah, I had a nice tan too.
Looking pretty damn good.
Nice tan.
Let me, when we return, by the way, again, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, all at the Bubba Army, and also BubbaArmyTips.com. We'll start breaking down Trump's America is back. Was it his? Now, what was this? This was the
State of the Union.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it was the State of the Union.
He was talking to the Congress.
I think it was Trump's speech to the Congress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I don't think it was. It felt State of the Union.
Well, yeah, because they were doing the clapping.
Yeah.
When is the State of the Union usually?
It's in January usually.
Yeah, but see,
he's just coming in. So
you missed it. So this is his first this is kind of his State of the Union, but next year it'll be in January. To me, my takeaways are the Democrats looked like a bunch of little bitches with their little signs and their little fits that they throw. You know what you do if you don't like what the opposing president of your opposing party is? You don't stand up and you don't clap. You just sit there. That's how you protest. Up until this particular speech last night, I have never known, and maybe I'm wrong, when Barack Obama was there, the Republicans would just sit down and not stand up when he would say something that the Democrats would go crazy over. When Bill Clinton would say stuff that the Democrats would go crazy over. Although Bill Clinton had a little bit more of a bipartisan feel, there would be some Republicans that would stand up. But nobody had props. Nobody had signs. Nobody had any of this nonsense. People just didn't. You just didn't stand. You just sat. I think this just validates how weird the Democrats have become.
Do you remember when we were united right after 9/11 and Bush came out and spoke to a joint chief?
Yeah.
Everybody was standing up.
We'll get it to all. We'll start unpeeling that onion next. Hold on.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Say it one.
You get 4.
4 points. Fuck.
Is that good?
What about box office rentals?
I think we're going straight to streaming.
Oh.
I don't see this as a box office hit unless
we're doing a Netflix deal.
I mean, we'd have to get a Robert Pattinson to play you, and I think.
What about Timothy Chalamet?
Who's your name?
Chalamet.
No. What's his name?
Who did I say?
Robert Patterson?
Yeah, Pattinson. Yeah, the Twilight.
Yeah, I got
Batman.
Yeah, that's what he said. Bubba's the worst lawyer.
Shit, I forgot what I was like. Yeah, I think Chalamet would probably need to shadow Tuttle for like 3 years.
Because he is a method actor.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, he would. I mean, dude, we'd probably all be fucking probably mortified at how much he could probably act like you after.
Who's the guy that did There Will Be Blood or whatever?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah. Now, doesn't he he did a movie where he was a tailor and he went into the Swiss Alps for 2.5 years just to be a cobbler or
he did it. I think he played a president or something like that.
Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, he they said, and he wouldn't when the cameras were off, he wouldn't break character.
That would just be so fucking annoying though. You're talking to Daniel Day-Lewis, but he's fucking selling the Lincoln hardcore.
Well, that's what, dude. I think
he couldn't call his Abe. He had to call Abe.
I think Daniel Day retired, but that.
Yeah, he said he was only gonna make a certain amount of films.
That There Will Be Blood was a great fucking movie.
Well, what about Gangs of New York too?
Oh, that was a real good. That was a while ago. That was a real good one. That was DiCaprio was in that too, wasn't he? That was a good movie.
Do you realize he was such a method actor? He had a glass eye put in, a covering, so he had the glass eye?
Yeah.
And he wore that over, the whole time.
And that's why he's got some Oscars, man. What up, Thomas? Thank you, Nick. Yeah, I thought yesterday was fucking great.
Also, I gotta tell you, Gary Oldman, though, is on that level, too, of actor.
I don't know Gary Oldman. The guy, he was in True Romance. He was in The Professional.
Okay.
He always played the crazy guy. I think he just won for playing, what's his face? That famous prime minister during World War II.
Churchill?
Yeah, Churchill.
What's up, Grouper
Darkest
Lips?
Hour.
Creatine Travis.
Sorry.
Hey, buddy.
Guys, if you're just joining us right now, please hit that like button. We're at 1.2. Hit the thumbs up button if you're watching right now on an iPhone or just a smartphone. Just minimize the chat. You'll be able to see the thumb button there. Hit the like button. Got to get to 1,600 by the end of the show, and I think we're at a good pace right now.
1,700.
Oh, 1,700?
25 on the BubbleArmyTips.com for Tuttle can take Dom class. Love you, Tuttle.
Who said that?
Scott Bigelow.
Oh, thank you.
What's up, Ray? No, Nats fan, I'm not excited for baseball season. I mean, you should be, but I'm in year 16 of our rebuild, so I'm
Oh, you're a White Sox fan, right?
Yeah, I fucking poor dad bought the MLB package to watch those suckers again this year.
They're gonna be good.
Yeah, but you've seen a World Series championship.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm fine with not winning the World Series every year. It's hard as fuck. I just don't want my team. They were the worst team in baseball history last season. The record.
Should never got rid of.
Had a good draft pick.
They haven't drafted yet. They don't get because Tuttle. There's a new system for the draft, and they don't get the first pick. They get the 10th pick.
That doesn't make sense.
Because it goes by your market size, and if you spend a certain amount of money.
Oh, that's bullshit.
It's really, really a lot of wrinkles in it now.
You bring back Tony La Russa.
He's actually a consultant.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's been in Tampa. He was in Tampa for a while. Hanging out. I thought they just got rid of him completely.
No, they Jerry Reinsdorf likes him too much. They've kept him on.
Who's your favorite White Sox of all time?
Frank Thomas.
That's man. It hurt. Man. What a massive.
Yeah, Frank, and there's really, I like him, but there's not even a close second.
Bo Jackson was a White Sox at one time.
Who was?
Bo.
Oh yeah, Bo's fucking great.
He was a White Sox, wasn't he?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's Lummy show.
We got a staff meeting right after.
Yeah, I was going to say, it might be a little bit later.
Should we do the staff meeting on air?
No.
Okay.
No. I like to, but
are we in trouble?
It's just it's a staff meeting when we need to have more of them.
Trying to have positive vibes today.
Me too. Let me hear is the formatically. I don't know who this. I think this might be the Master of Arms. I don't know. This might be the guy that yoked up Al Green, took him out.
Trying to see who that is.
This is the guy that comes out and tells, presents.
What does it go? Hear ye, hear ye.
I think this guy is the one that announces the president.
He should come out with a horn and blow it before he.
And it's the Sergeant at Arms.
So this is the guy that probably had Al Green removed.
Well, I think it was a joint decision to have Al Green removed last night.
I think even the Dems were like,
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
I need some music.
Do that dun 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 dun.
That would be great.
Yeah.
But I think there's probably formatically they don't do that. Like I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, Bub, if I was producing this event, I would have some tunes playing. But
yeah, you'd have some Travis Scott.
Well, something to get the crowd hype.
No, Trump wanted YMCA or whatever he calls.
How about a guy with a better voice? That guy had a Tuttle voice. Ladies and gentlemen,
We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
Now, Mr. Green is a African-American gentleman, is a congressman and or a senator from Texas, right?
Is representative? Is that what you?
Yeah, he's a rep.
He's a representative from Texas, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations. And these people sitting right here will not.
Yeah. Now, the Democrats, this has never been done before. So I'm seeing it now.
Well,
every one of you people are seeing it now for the first time, I think, in our lifetime, where the Democrats have these little signs and chalkboards and props to show their opposition to the president. Now, that's nuts. This is something that's never been done before. And to me, the Democratic Party has been around probably since the birth of our nation. I think there was the Whig Party at one time, and there's the Democratic, and there's the Republican. There's been different parties, but God, since probably 1900 or so, there's two parties. There's the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And I think that, the president addressing Congress has been around probably since the inception of our nation. And there's always a party whose candidate is not the guy speaking. And usually it's roughly 50-50. Now, there's been times where I think Bill Clinton had a majority at one time. I think there was a couple years where Barack Obama had both the House and the Senate. Trump happens to have the House and the Senate by a small margin in the Senate, I think. And again, those usually only last for 2 years because midterms and so forth and so on. So this format of the president speaking and he's pounding his chest, not this president, but all presidents are kind of giving you a kind of their own, report card as to how the things that they're doing are working and the plans that they have. And it always is it's always a right down the middle, nearly 50-50, half of one side claps and is like, oh my God, this is the best ever. And the other half sits there and doesn't say nothing. And the only other people that cannot say nothing, regardless of their affiliation, is the Supreme Court. All Supreme Court justices are in attendance. They sit in the front row, and they can't show any type of at all.
Even though it's all part of the game, it did seem like it did bother Trump.
It did. It did because it's the first.
It irked him a little bit, maybe.
Well, here's the deal. It's like it's the first time. It's petty. It looks weird. It makes you look petty. Here's the thing. It would irk me because it's never been done. Clinton had people that didn't like him that sat there. Bush had people. Let's look at the Republican in our lifetime. Let's look at the Republican presidents. You start with Nixon. Then you go to Gerald Ford, who was a complete ass bucket. Then you go to Ronald Reagan. Then you go to George H., which is a one term. He was an ass bucket. But the Democrats sat there and took his ass bucketness, and then obviously you had George W. Then you had Trump 1. Then you had Trump 2. And then on the Democratic side, going back to, let's say JFK, Lyndon Johnson. Then you had Jimmy Carter, who was a big ass bucket, but the Republicans just sat there and took it. Then you had Bill Clinton, 2-term. Then you had Barack Obama, 2-term. Then you had Joe Biden, 1-term. But, when Biden was up here, there was just as much animosity and just as much hate to what he was doing and just as much.
Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene was to go buck wild when Biden was talking.
But she wouldn't have like a prop.
Just her
vocalness, which I think almost got her thrown out a few different times.
Her mouth is it's like the equivalent of an AK-47 as far as a weapon.
For the Democrats now to take it to the next weird level, and that is not just to sit there with you and
how do you voice displeasure?
I don't think you do it this way. I think there's a certain amount of decorum that. In the 200 in the how many years have we been? If you take 2025 minus 1776, what's it get you at, Lummy?
200 and something.
Okay, I know it was 200 and something. I just didn't quite.
Yeah, that
know.
works. That works.
Yeah.
Over the 200 something plus years, it's the 200 and something plus years. This is
248.
Out of the 248 plus years, this is the only time that the opposing people that oppose the president have these little signs, liar,
must steal, save Medicaid.
They had, it's the first time ever in the history of our country. So when you do it, when you finally break out that and you're the first Democratic Congress who doesn't like what the president's saying, and you're the first people in the 248 years we've been around to have these little signs about Elon Musk and stealing and just the things that you don't agree with, I think continues down the path of how weird and non-conventional your party has become. Because I don't think that John Morgan, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, maybe even Joe Biden would do this. And I just think it shows you how woke and how much of a and how adolescent the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, I mean, Stephen A. Smith said it. The Democratic Party's in shambles. They have no leader. If they had a leader, they would tell all of these people, we're not bringing stupid signs to the speech for us to hold up what we oppose when he's talking. We're going to sit there with our hands, and not clap and not stand up, just like the other 248 other years our party has been doing it. And of which, I would say nearly 50% of those years, we had our candidate in there. And they didn't do it to us. The Republicans hated Clinton. Republicans hated Barack Obama. The Republicans hated Joe Biden. But they weren't out there with their fancy little, auction sticks looking stupid.
Feels like these tiny little signs are very triggering.
They are, because they've never been done. It's never been done before.
We've never had a president like this before.
Well, even we never had one like Biden either.
Will not stand and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, which is headed by Elon.
Listen, so Elon did wear a suit.
Oh, wow.
And then did his hair.
Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Since taking office, my administration has...
Now, didn't he, as part of his Doge deal, he said that they've now started peeling back the Social Security onion, and there's actually somebody that's still that's receiving a Social Security check?
Yeah, they found out Adam and Eve have been receiving checks. It's crazy.
that literally like 260 years, like the person has been receiving, like, I don't know, there's somebody that's receiving a check that's like almost as...
Is older than the country?
Older than the country. Which I don't know how you get signed up 2 years before we are even a country. But, man, I need to get a hold of that guy. That guy's got some good sign-up skills.
Launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Today I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Saying, I am so sorry for not taking your deal 2 days ago. I look like a real horse's ass. I'm losing my country. Well, you know what? Whatever mineral rights you need that takes to get American troops and American boots on the ground here, I'll take.
The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
How long did that go for last night? Because with all the applauding, I mean, I feel like it might have been at least an hour and a half.
I think it was an hour and 46.
I sent you about the Social Security thing. Musk's tweet what the age ranges and how many people are on it.
All right, I'll get back. I'll do that when we return. Okay.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
It's a scary place. But I'm just saying, man, if I see that Al Green motherfucker on the street,
What are you going to do?
he's getting curb stopped for disrespecting 45 and 47.
Curb stomped?
Curb stomped.
You beat him with his cane?
He's got a cane?
Yeah, he's got a pen cam.
I mean, I don't think canes can really hurt unless you get him with let's have a real hard handle. Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Oh, like that. Yeah. I didn't think like that. I was thinking of swinging like a bat.
You could start going right here at the jugular?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. 60 million. 40 million. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say book 100%, yes.
1.3 right now.
Hey, Tom, can we do some Pilates for content? I'll come to Orlando.
Yeah.
I've never done it.
She has some reformer machines and stuff, so like we get whatever the machines and stuff that she does them all the time. But yeah, no,
I'd like to try it.
Really strong. Got a great core.
Let's do it, Nick. You can take my breath away.
It's very simple, and the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
But second of all, if we could do, first of all, thank you for making the back of my head famous. First of all, thank you for.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Daddy, give it to me.
Yeah, I'll tell you, spoon. Sipped. BubbaArmyTips.com.
Lummy.
Yes, sir.
I want to feel you inside me.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, hit that like button, please.
Oh,
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
George, this might be new money. This might be new money, and new money excites me.
Nice.
It means we're entertaining somebody that is so appreciative of the entertainment level that they're reaching into their pocket and giving me $50 to help keep the lights on, and the power, and the payroll, and paying Tuttle his exorbitant daily stipend. George Erdman, $50 in the PayPal. PayPal's been extremely slow. Not till George Erdman step up. Thank you, 50.
T-shirt will 20 for Tuttle. Cash App.
PayPal,
Yeah.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. You can also go to BubbaArmyTips.com. What's Tuttle's total count looking like? What, 1,300?
Yeah, 1,300 right now. I think we're close to 14. How do you look to...
We can't.
Oh, damn.
We've actually tried to see, like, is that 1,305 or is that like
1,395?
1,390.
Yeah.
And we can't seem to, even Lummy on the back end, figure it out, can we?
We cannot.
Lummy, will you research? This is Al Green.
Yes.
From Texas. Now, I don't have all the times that he got up and was disruptive, but it was to the point where he seemed to be the most disruptive and vocal opponent of Donald Trump's last night, to the point where this Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or the Speaker of the House ordered the Master of Arms to have him removed. Now, my question is, maybe there's a montage of how many times he got up and he had a cane, he was shaking at it. You know, he was very over the top. And, you know, when's the last time a person had to be removed from, the State of the Union address or the president addresses Congress address? When's the last time somebody had to be removed by the Sergeant of Arms? I've never heard of it.
I sent you. It might be a highlight of the times he interrupted Trump.
That would be perfect.
I mean,
then research and be like, how many times has a person been removed from Congress? And the other thing is, do you think that's a bad look? Or do you think that his party rallies behind him? Now, obviously, we don't live in Texas and we're not his. He doesn't represent us. But like, is that a bad look? I kind of think it might be.
I think it was a look at me and not for the party. This guy, probably was one to try to make a name for himself.
Small business optimism, so it's single.
Now, let me send me. This might be all the Al Green high spots. Al Green, an African-American gentleman from Texas, a congressman, was removed by the sergeant of arms last night for being disruptive. Now, I think you can oppose, and I think you can even boo. Because I've, over the years, heard them boo, boo. That's what, most people in a large gathering usually do when they don't like. Like, let me, when the Eagles are playing the Redskins, or the Commanders, I should say. There's all kinds of booing.
Of course.
So, I mean, I in my lifetime, I've never seen anybody physically removed, any heckler. And maybe maybe there's been a heckler from the top deck that snuck in and got removed. But when's the last time a sitting congressperson got removed? Somebody that works for the government.
Largest 1 month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions.
So everybody's kind of sitting down. I'm assuming that Al Green is sitting in the Democratic section.
Yeah,
right?
it was hard to hear, but he was screaming. I guess he kept screaming during the speech.
What I'm saying is, all of his other fellow Democrats are seated.
Yeah,
and are
he should be right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no.
Sit down.
But what I'm saying is, like, they're all they are just like what. Hold on. Just like what you're supposed to do. Decorum. There's a certain amount of decorum, respect, if you will, that you're supposed to be showing the president. And hold on.
Small business optimism, so it's single largest 1 month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Now, here's the official rules. Regardless if you're a Republican, regardless if you're if you're a Democrat, and there's a lot of times that you don't have three of the same people in the same party. In fact, more often than not. Used to be Nancy Pelosi sitting back there.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she would, and anybody else would, the Speaker of the House, which I think, Lummy, at this point is, third in charge, but he's kind of first in charge of this gathering. Like, this is his house.
Yes.
He's the Speaker of the House. I think he's kind of in charge of the rules of this gathering in this particular place. And the rules are this, regardless of your political affiliation.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
You jive, turkey.
Now, see, his other Democrats are behaving themselves. They don't like Trump. You don't see him with the stupid signs. You see him there, sitting there, well-dressed.
On their phones.
Maybe potentially on their phones. That's not, I mean, I guess it's a problem, but not near this problem.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
They put it out there.
Let me, I got an ad. And it's about dirt screening, right?
Yeah.
Am I really going through an ad? Okay, I just got an ad. And as you can see, most Democrats, obviously the left side of the House is Republican, the right side of the House is Democrat, and most of these Democrats are behaving themselves. They are showing the president the proper respect. Now, how cool would it have been, Tuttle, if a fellow Democrat had gone up to Al Green and say, sit your ass down?
Oh, it would have been awesome.
Kind of like what I did. Do you remember what I did to the cop in Lakeland? In Lakeland?
Yeah, at the funeral.
Yeah. I think this might be one of the member of arms, because here's Al Green right here. See Al Green right there. Now here's a guy that's kind of just sneaked in here, like he's just kind of rolled up in here. And now, obviously, if you're a member of Congress or somebody of either from the Supreme Court or from the Democratic Party, you're sitting down. You're not walking and roaming around. And this guy might be the master of arms, because look at him. See him how he's kind of rolling up on there?
No, I think that's the deputy. He's the deputy of.
He's the deputy, but the old dude who's the master of arms is not gonna. He's gonna send his young gun down there.
That's right.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Man, brother, can you be there kicking me out? And if you wanted to, you could start swinging that cane. That hurt somebody.
You sure could.
Get your ass out of here.
I wish somebody would go, taser, taser, taser.
Are they singing? No.
Yeah, they were.
Stop, Stop. What? I think they did one verse of it, and I think somebody in the Democratic Party, to be honest with you, Seth, shut them down because that doesn't look good either.
Oh, Bubba, they weren't. It was the other side that was changed.
No, it was the Republicans.
Yes.
The Republicans were, I think they got one verse in. This is my opinion, because you only hear it once, is that they said it one time, and I think somebody of influence gave them the stop it.
Oh, okay, because you said it. The Democrats stopped it.
No. I think the Republicans started it, and then I think somebody in the Republican Party, like super high up, gave whoever may have been saying that the
throat cut.
Yeah, because watch how abruptly it stops. They get it rolling, and then just listen to it stop. Boom, stops. Like somebody.
It was almost like they practiced. Well, I mean, they nailed it all at once. Nobody kept on going.
They did nail it.
There was not a single straggler.
But somebody put a stop to it fast, because that's not a good look. Be like the kids are getting out of hand, and Miss Kushner just had to give them the stop it, and they only got one verse in. See, as you can tell, like. It doesn't continue on. It's It's hey, goodbye. Boom. It stops immediately. Listen.
This is nothing more than entertainment.
But would you not agree that some influential Republican turned to whoever was saying that and gave them the stink eye and goes, shut up? Kind of like, the way your dad used to be able to. Remember, you'd be messing up and your dad just look at you? And he had that, I'm going to whip your ass in about 2 seconds if another thing comes out of that hole.
Dude, how tall is J.D. Vance?
I think he's pretty tall.
Yeah. Well,
I think Trump's tall, too. Somebody said Trump's 6'4".
Yeah, Trump's tall, but is Johnson small? Is that what it is?
I was going to say Johnson is small.
Hey, Alexa, how tall is J.D. Vance?
J.D. Vance is 6 feet 2 inches tall.
About just a little bit taller than you.
Mike Johnson's probably like 5'7".
Yeah.
Tuttle, did you know that we have officially determined that Seth Kushner is 6'1/2"?
Oh, no kidding. Congrats.
Yes.
Thanks, man.
6'1/2".
I thought it was 5'11". Aren't you taller than I am?
I'm 6 foot.
6'1/2".
Hold on, this is website.
At the break, we can measure you. I got 3 measuring tapes over here. We went crazy.
This website says Mike Johnson 6'2" on his Wikipedia.
Okay, all right. Well then,
I don't believe 6'2".
Hey, Alexa.
That's on his Wikipedia.
How tall is Senator Mike Johnson? Hey, Alexa, how tall is Congressman Mike Johnson?
He's a speaker, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know that one.
All right, hold on. Hey, Alexa, how tall is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson?
I don't know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Alexa, how tall is Donald Trump?
Donald Trump is 6 feet 3 inches tall.
He's 6'3".
I'm getting that. They say
Hey, Alexa, who's the tallest president of all time?
Manupul.
I don't know that.
Bubba, why would that information be anywhere?
I mean, that should be information.
You think they were measuring Herbert Hoover?
No, but I guarantee
Abraham Lincoln. Let me big.
Abraham Lincoln was like
6'4".
6'4".
Lyndon B. Johnson was 6'3.5", and then Donald Trump at 6'3", according to this.
Hey, Alexa, how tall was Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton is 6 feet 2 inches tall.
He's 6'2".
What about Barack?
Yeah, he seemed tall. Hey, Alexa, how tall was Barack Obama?
Barack Obama is 6 feet 1 inch tall.
Oh, he's only a half inch bigger than you, bro.
Well, those numbers are inflated. You know they're all about an inch inflated.
Exactly. I'd have myself listed at 255.
6'1".
6 foot 255.
It's like Mike Johnson.
Even though I'm 5'9", 298.
6'4" in the 1800s, though, for Abraham Lincoln was really impressive.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln, 6'4". Lummy, what were you going to say earlier a few seconds ago?
Oh, I was saying that every website saying Mike Johnson is 6'2", 235.
No way.
I know. That's on his Wikipedia.
And again, Lummy, can you give me...
it doesn't look like anyone has been ever ejected.
Anybody has ever been... The master of arms has never had to throw out a person that worked for the government out of, a State of the Union or a congressional, just out of a presidential speech. What's that saying for the Democratic Party right now? With your fancy little signs and with your fancy little, a dry eraser board, and now you got one of your constituents from Texas actually physically removed from the chambers. That's not those are not the actions of the Democrats that I know. The Democrats that I know wouldn't act that way.
I sent you a couple pictures, Bub, on your IM of, I think maybe the State of the Union or something like that from last year. I just wanted to know what you thought about those.
I think that's on brand. I mean, I think a thumbs down and a boo is probably not cool, but is not a sign, or it looks not. Listen, we've all seen this. We've all seen somebody at a ball game or at a political rally or anything. That is the standard. I don't like what I'm hearing or seeing. Boo with a thumbs down.
But what about
using just the equipment that God has provided with you, which is a thumb and a voice, and then this one, and again, verbally booing. Is that the only one you see? Those two, just those two?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Verbally booing, no props. No dry eraser boards. This is what, and there was a bunch of this last night from the Democrats. The Democrats are getting weirder. And with your little flip signs, and now you got your guy who got removed. It's just you're getting further and further away from the true Democrat, the true liberal Democrat. He doesn't want to be weird. He doesn't want to bring a flip sign to the congressional meeting. He doesn't want to be removed. He just wants to be that liberal-leaning, left, blue Democrat. And they've gotten so far away from it. That's their problem. The party is in absolute shambles. They need somebody that's got some balls to roll up in here and take control of the party. Much like the way Bill Clinton took control after 4 years of George W. Bush.
Yeah, but what about?
I'm sorry. After 4 years of George Herbert Bush, Clinton rolled up in here like a wrecking ball and took control, and has arguably since been a major mover and shaker since 1988. What were you gonna say, Seth?
I mean, I guess I understand the Democratic Party might need some fixing, but what about present day? What about the fact that prices are about to go as high as ever, starting right now?
Well, I mean, prices were as high as ever before this guy took over. Now it's been yet to be determined. This guy isn't the savior. Donald Trump isn't necessarily the end-all, be-all. He's going to make a lot of mistakes that piss a lot of people off, but he's going to try to do something. He's not just going to sit there and let people into our country and give them free hotel rooms in New York and give them entitlements and let countries walk all over us and not have a stance on ending the Ukraine-Russian situation, not giving Israel the backing that they need. I mean, this guy's going to try to do something. He's and one of the things that no president has ever done is dove deep into our pork-ridden budget and start sniffing out billions of dollars that we're spending unnecessarily to make our country unhealthy. I don't know where we're headed on the cost of goods. I mean, we've spent 4 years of massive inflation. It probably will continue. Is there other things he can do to make our country better? Probably. Or is he just going to go down as a bully and what have you? But the Democrats aren't bettering the positions when he keeps finding out stuff like this. When the budget that he inherited from the party that he inherited passed stuff like this, and Donald Trump can expose this, it doesn't look good for the opposing party.
$40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for
$60 million
for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million.
I mean,
$40 million to.
I mean, I'm just saying, like right now, it's almost like shooting fish in a barrel with the stuff that he's been handed, and really you can't disagree with any of it and how weird and bad it is for us. And it's just, but the problem is this: the opposing side has only one mission, and that is to hate him, when their mission should be to fix themselves. Right? I mean, right now, listen, 50 of them, 60 of them had these cute little signs: fire Elon, Trump's a dick, all these little flip signs that they had. And the one woman that with the stupid ass rainbow glasses had a actual dry eraser board where she would hold up, whatever he would be saying the opposite of. Don't worry. Listen, there's nothing you can do to change this guy's trajectory on where he's headed and what he's doing. Your stupid little congressional area that you represent, whether it's AOC, whether it's the Al Green guy, none of that's going to change. You cannot, as a single congressman, what is there, 500 or 468 of them? And I think the majority right now, it's Republican right now.
Yes.
So if you're a Democratic congressman like Al Green or AOC, rather than to sit there with your little board and your cane and be disruptive and try to make this guy look stupid, rather than to do that, find a big slinging D Democrat that your party can get behind and start being competitive against this guy. That's what you need to do. Just like you did when you had 4 years of George W. Bush, you know what, you're like, listen, we got to get this fresh-faced. What's Seth say? You don't have
the cards.
I don't have the cards.
That's what Trump said to Zelensky. You don't have the cards.
We're not playing cards.
Oh, you're playing cards and you don't have them. So I'm holding up my silent sign, Bubba.
I wish the Republicans would have had their own little message boards too, and it could just be now it's going to turn into just flipping little message boards.
There's too much clapping. There's too much clapping on the Republican side to hold anything. That's why the Democrats weren't going to clap so they could hold the signs.
Great point.
Thank you.
So, I mean, listen, when they were getting their ass kicked by George W. Bush, and he had this huge, I mean, America loved him when 9/11 happened, and we all rallied behind him, and it didn't matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. We had a common boogeyman to hate. And and even though George W. Bush went into the wrong country and did not find weapons of mass destruction, and we should have gone into Saudi Arabia where these people were trained, but God forbid we go into Saudi Arabia because that's who has the most oil. So you got to suck Saudi Arabian D. So they put it on, Saddam. No, I'm sorry.
Bin Laden?
No.
Who are we talking here?
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
You put it on Saddam Hussein. He's now the bad guy, and you go get him. Well, he didn't have any mass destructions, and what he really did is he stabilized the region. He did. We went and got the wrong guy.
Yeah.
And so the Democrats, they said, listen, we got to get a fresh-faced, maybe African-American dude. There's this dude from Illinois. His name's Barack Obama. He is smooth as butter. He can communicate. He's well-liked. We've got to get him in there and in the fight and propel him and let him be our speaker and just get him out. The Democrats, instead of having all these signs and instead of having one guy removed last night, they should have had what their equivalent to Barack Obama after this speech, all networks, he would have been the spin doctor of the Democratic Party and just taken notes, had speech writers, taking notes with all the misfacts that Trump, all the bad things, all the things that Trump said, right. how to brilliantly counter them, and all networks would have gravitated to that guy, to that responsible, who our new leader, who our guy is, and he would have cut Trump down to shreds. But instead, they're in shambles. They got guys being removed. They got stupid-ass little signs, and none of them have the same message. They're all scattered. They hate Trump for this one or that one. You need that fresh-faced Barack Obama dude that you're now polishing up to be your next guy. You are so far behind the 8 ball right now because you're worried about hating this guy instead of finding your new guy or girl, for that matter. And this hate is going to get you beat again. You're going to get beat again. When we got people like Stephen A. Smith, whose only credentials are, well, he's a very quick-witted, very, very well-spoken sportscaster, but he has an opinion about anything. But when that realistically might be your best option at this particular juncture, come on, man. I mean, they're even shying away from Gavin Newsom now, the way he mishandled the whole California wildfire.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like, oh my God, Gavin Newsom's an ass bucket too. When Stephen A. Smith is on The View debating those old bags, and people are saying he's a candidate to be the Democratic nominee, your party is in shambles.
Does he want to run for president?
Yeah, of course he wants to. I'll get into that next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You know, they always leave one person that doesn't go. All right, guys, if you're just joining us right now, we got 1,371 in the stream on YouTube. If you guys could hit that thumb button, get those a like on there. We really have slowed down, but I still think we can get to 1,700.
Doug Collins.
You see the Jets are let Devontae go, and they're giving Al Lazard to seek a trade. Oh,
Did you see Aaron Rodgers is getting courted in New York for the Giants?
No, that's I saw that.
Now, are they giving Devontae away? I heard they're giving him with no compensation.
They cut him. Yesterday.
Yeah, so like, he's a free agent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so anybody could pick, no draft picks, just take over his deal.
Just what I know. Well, I don't think he has any money on his deal.
Oh yeah. I don't think he has. So he has to cut a new deal.
Yeah.
Because he reworked his deal.
Do you think that the Packer? I mean, because I've been reading my Packer things, and they're saying,
No, they say Rodgers and Adams want to be together.
And they're going to go to the Giants.
I'm hearing the Packers are hot on the Metcalf guy.
Yeah, but I also saw the Giants are trying to trade up to the first pick to get Cam Ward. So
When's the baby due? I don't think that's happening. But yeah, let's smash it. I think we're getting close to 1.5. Once you get to 1.5,
then you're there, man. You just feel it.
Yeah, we're getting close.
You're getting close. You're feeling it.
I know. Got an hour and 7 minutes.
You're on a good track.
Now, is Alex on today or no?
He doesn't answer. He usually sleeps in if he's not scheduled.
Okay, so that means I'll have time. I can promote it.
I'm gonna try to see if I can give him a call. Because if his phone's off, that means he is still sleepy.
Yep, I see people are hitting that like button.
You guys,
we got to get close. 1.5 here. 1.5 by the break. Yeah, the Oscar films were dog shit this year. Are you still looking for shows to watch, Bubba?
Yes.
Kate Hudson's got this new one called Running Point, where she takes over. She inherits an NBA basketball team.
What's it called?
It's called. Hold on. Running Point.
Is it on Netflix?
Yeah, Netflix.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, because her brother, like, he's addicted to crack.
Yeah, like it's super funny. I started watching it and it's really fucking good. It reminds me of like Entourage, but like how when they're putting out all the fires, but kind of like a dirtier Ted Lasso. Running Point, Kate Hudson.
I don't know what his show.
Yeah, she inherits a basketball team from her.
Is Ted Lasso over?
Yes.
They're coming back.
Well, yeah, but not with Jason Sudeikis.
I didn't see that. I saw they're all coming back.
Oh,
I saw everybody's coming back except I think Roy Kent.
Oh yeah,
I think he's got something going on.
Yeah, he writes show. Did you ever watch Shrinking on Apple TV? It's really good.
No, I have not.
It'd be good for people like me and you that have like, you know. Now that movie we went and saw Longwood, it was fucking dog shit. I usually don't walk out of movies, but that was like B-list. I don't even remember the name of it. But yeah, no, Shrinking was good, but it's very well written. It's actually created by the guy that played Roy Kent.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Friday, 8 to 10, that's p.m. It'll be live on Rumble and live on Twitch and Locals. So make sure you got your Twitch account all shined up and still valid, or your Rumble account. Let me Big E on the BubbaArmyTips.com. Big E, $50.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Big E. Appreciate all you do, buddy. Oh. Let me check my PayPal. Been a little bit of a slow week. Phew.
Hasn't I thought you were killing it on the tips?
No, it's
super
just,
tips.
No, it's been kind of a slow week.
Yeah, we blew it out with Gene on Friday.
Yeah, Friday we blew it out. But this week has been exceptionally slow. That's okay. Maybe people are holding on to their grip. Let me for that big $1.99 give it. Macho Man on the wheels of steel. Who just got caught drinking?
That was not me.
That was me. Because I didn't want to cough again.
Let me. Why didn't you hit the microphone?
I hit both.
Didn't Dr. Dan get in trouble for that?
Yeah, he sucked.
Dr. Dan, because Dr. Dan doesn't have to answer to anybody. So if Dr. Dan wants to take that last inch of protein shake and slurp it in the settings that Dr. Dan is involved in during the day, which would be his own law office, which he's the boss of, second, behind Jay, they're co-partners, and then his plastic surgery center, which he's the boss in, he never has to worry about the slurping. If Dan wants to slurp, he will slurp. But I am so sensitive. I can't even see you, Lummy, physically.
No.
But I heard the water. I mean, I got an unbelievable ear for the audio chain.
Yes.
No, you seriously do. If anybody accidentally bumps up against your compressor or your settings even change on that, like, you will hear it.
Yeah, I've been on the air for so many years, wore headphones for so many years. Just know what I gotta. Listen, I don't have a lot of skill set, but that's one of them. So anyway, Friday, Bubba 199. It'll be at 8 o'clock. I'm going to call Warren from the Dollhouse today. See if we can get a couple little hotties up in here. I would say it's 50-50 at best. Because Lummy, to get a stripper to come here for 2 hours.
Such a late notice.
On such a late notice probably is.
Friday night, too.
It'd probably be easier, like, if we just knew of Matt Heller knew a couple hot chicks. I don't know.
Go on Backpage or something, you know?
I don't think Backpage is around.
Maybe something comparable to it?
I don't know that there's anything around that's comparable
so
to that.
You got to get 2 hookers?
Why do you get hookers?
I don't know. That's what Tuttle was saying.
I'm just saying.
I don't even know. I don't even know where you go to get hookers.
Hookers can dance.
I know that, but where do you go to get hookers?
I don't know. You can't find them.
There's no more Craigslist. There's no more Backpage. I don't know where you go to get hookers.
That's all we need is a police thing here. 2 hookers that we bought on the back.
And here's the deal, man. We get on some website and we have 2 hookers in here, but like we legitimately do not want them to take. We don't want here. Listen, we don't want you to take off your clothes. We don't want to have sex with you. Nobody wants to touch you. We just want you to sit in these 2 microphone positions and look like hot hookers. That's it. Cops completely storm me. Oh, you hired 2 hookers. And then guess what? You're human trafficking.
And then the news picks up on it. Goodbye,
Bubba Clem, human trafficking, 2 chicks. When realistically, all I was trying to do was to put 2 chicks that looked hot on the air. That's it.
Get them to throw some mulch first before coming in. And then it's they did physical labor.
Throw some mulch.
Yeah, like, put some mulch down or something in front of the building, and we paid you to throw some mulch.
You are.
Do we want Stein, by the way?
You've lived too long in Volusia County. Yeah, let's have.
Okay, because I just got. All right,
if he does, I need to probably get on time. Some of these people have been alive before America existed as a country. Think about it for a second. Now, these are the people that are currently collecting. It's my understanding. Help me if I'm wrong. It's my understanding. Seth, Lummy, Tuttle, Mach, whoever wants to chime in if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding this is a report of people that are collecting a Social Security check, and these are the ages.
Well, this would equal to about the same amount as the population of the United States. So I think this is all registered Social Security numbers.
Yes.
All right. So this is not necessarily those that are getting a check.
Yes.
These are just people that have active Social Security numbers.
Yes.
Meaning they're still alive.
Yeah.
Because if you listen, I've gone through a death, and you get a death certificate and you send it to the Social Security office, and they take that person out of their roster, so to speak. So I'm assuming these are people that are actively still enrolled in the Social Security program. It doesn't mean, people that are 0 to 9 are not receiving checks.
No, but they will one day.
They will one day. 0 to 9, we have about 39 million. 10 to 19, we have 4. Now, again, none of these people are receiving any checks. 44 million. 20 to 29, nearly 48 million. 30 to 39, 52 million. Which, by the way, that's the largest demographic we have alive currently registered with the Social Security office. 40 to 49, 47. 50 to 59. Now, none of these people are eligible. Clear up until here, none of these people are eligible for Social Security unless it would be like some kind of disability or something like that. 45 million. Now, this is from every number I read down now. These people are eligible to receive Social Security. Am I right? Because you can start getting Social Security at 62.
Yes.
So all but 2 years of this next demographic, 60 to 69, you can start receiving early Social Security at 62. 46 million. 70 to 79, 33 million. 80 to 89, 15 million. 90 to 99, 6 million. 100 to 109, 4.7 million. 100. Now here's the deal. Do you think we really have 3.6 million people that are between the ages of 110 and 119? The oldest person that I know is 95. Does anybody know? Like Seth, like just in either your family or your friends or your acquaintances, like who's the oldest person you know?
God?
Well, not God. I mean, we don't.
My neighbor is 95.
Okay. I know somebody in my mom's neighborhood who's 95, going to be 96. So I think that's Seth, you think you probably maybe might know somebody 95? 96? No. Okay.
No. I know my uncle. He's 80. I get the point, though. We're sending a bunch of checks to 300-year-olds that are cashing them, right?
Well, we don't know.
We just had a parade for a 100-year-old veteran in Oak Hill, where I live.
Well, there's one.
Yeah.
How many between 120 and 129 years old? 3.4 million. There's no way. Between 130 and 139, almost 4 million people. Between 140 and 149, which watch this. Hey, Alexa, who is the oldest living American?
From Wikipedia.org. The oldest living American is Naomi Whitehead, born in Georgia on September 26, 1910, and now residing in Greenville, Pennsylvania. aged 114 years,
All right,
156 days.
All right, hold on. Thank you. So if the oldest American is 114 years old, how can any of these categories be valid if the oldest American's 114?
The oldest ever to have lived American-wise is 119.
So this category could be the only category that could potentially have some people in it. Probably not 3.6 million. So you got 3.4 million, 3.9 million, 3.5 million, 1.3 million, 121,000, 6,000, 695, 448, 879, 866. We got over 1,000 people that are over 220 years old. We got one person that's over 240, and then we got one person that's 360 years old. Now, are they collecting checks? Are they just still registered with the Social Security and their family didn't go through the death certificate process, which means they still might be receiving checks?
I'm sure the place they lived when they were 100 is still the same place now that they're 229.
Right.
Well, it looks like, Bubba, it looks like they didn't get the death certificates on a lot of these people. And they said 44% of the people are receiving benefits.
All right, so if you take from here on down, because the oldest living person in America is 114, you probably take this too. But you take all these numbers, 3.6, 3.4, 3.9, 3.5, 1.3, on down, and you multiply it by 40%, Lummy, that's how many people are still getting checks that probably are dead.
It says over at the 150 age mark, only 1% of those people are getting checks at the time.
What if it's like homeless people that have died and they had no ID or identification on them, and these are unidentified people that they never were able to match up to a Social Security number?
But I mean, it would be interesting to know how many checks are going out, right?
First of all, thank you for making the back of my head famous. But second of all, if we could do a sequel, if you could tell Donald Trump anything tonight, what would you tell him?
I would tell him to grow a spine and stop being Putin's hoe.
First of all, thank you for making the back of my head.
Wow.
Stein will come on too, so I gave him a Zoom link.
How long before that's a shirt? Putin's.
Wow. Let me do let me do the Stephen A. Smith, and then we'll go right into words.
Okay.
And then we'll do Stein. Okay.
Perfect.
Stephen A. Smith pushes back on Whoopi after she defends Democratic messaging.
The Republican Party. It's not about what it says about the Republican Party. It's about what it says about the Democratic Party. Why? Because in the end, if you think about him being impeached twice, 34 felony counts or 34 felony convictions, and they still elected him president, it's not about him winning. It was an indictment against the Democratic Party and what the Democratic Party was offering to American citizens. We might sit up there and talk about, hey, you should be a party for the working class, which the Democratic Party was once known for. They're not known for that right now. Why? Because their message was catering towards others and towards other issues, and they forgot about the people that brought them there, that elevated the Democratic Party to what it was over these last few decades.
Isn't this kind of what I was saying? Stop being weird and stop fighting and stop worrying about flanking the Republicans and find a super smart person to have an answer for your problems.
Is this going to be Smith and Sponge in 2028?
I hope so.
That's why they lost. He didn't win.
Well,
the
let's
Democrats
remind
lost.
people, making sure that
families had what they need, SNAP, making sure stuff is there, making sure that the America that we all grew up in, where you could come and be whoever you were supposed to be or want to be, you still have that right. All these things are the things that the Democrats have always said.
But you're talking about what he's doing. But before you brought that up, you brought up the message that the Democratic Party was disseminating. I'm challenging you on that. That is not what they were doing. I'm not talking
yes,
about.
it was.
I'm not talking about the
here.
intent.
We did it.
I was here too. I was alive and breathing right here on the air talking to everybody else.
That's it.
I think this is one more little excerpt.
Where he's can run for president.
Yeah.
I mean, right now in the polls, you're nearly tied with Pete Buttigieg, AOC, Governor Gretchen Whitmer. You have a higher favorability than John.
I would vote for Stephen A. Smith over anybody right now that the Democrats have propped up. And these are the Buttigieg, just the people that this woman says. I think Stephen A. Smith would be better than them.
I mean, right now in the polls, you're nearly.
He is a hell of a communicator. He's smart.
Tied with Pete Buttigieg, AOC, Governor Gretchen Whitmer. You have a higher favorability than John Fetterman and Vice President Harris. What do you make of this?
I make of it that citizens, particularly on the left, are desperate. And I mean it when I say it. I think I can beat them all. And I have no desire whatsoever to run for office. I am not a politician. I am not qualified. But I know this much. When you consider who's on the other side and how he's gotten away with saying very little in terms of being coherent and articulating his thoughts clearly and concisely and what have you. This is not something that he's known to do. Yet and still, he has owned the Republican Party since 2015. Not only has he won, the Republican constituency has said, we don't want anybody else but him. We didn't want DeSantis. We didn't want Haley. We didn't want Christie. We didn't want Ramaswamy. We didn't want DeSantis. We didn't want anybody. We want him.
What does that say about the Republican Party?
It's not about what it says about the Republican Party. It's about what it says about the Democratic Party.
And isn't it exactly what I said?
Exactly.
It's exactly what I said. Stop worrying about him and start looking in the mirror and find who your next rock star is. Maybe it's this guy. We have set a precedent of unconventionality that the president doesn't have to be a politician.
Because
from Ronald Reagan to what we got now.
And if you think about him being impeached twice, 34 felony counts or 34 felony convictions, and they still elected him president, it's not about him winning. It was an indictment against the Democratic Party and what the Democratic Party was offering to American citizens. We might sit up there and talk about, hey, you should be a party for the working class, which the Democratic Party was once known for. They're not known for that right now. Why? Because their message was catering towards others and towards other issues, and they forgot about the people that brought them there, that elevated the Democratic Party to what it was over these last few decades. That's why they lost. He didn't win.
Well,
the Democrats
remind
lost.
people what.
So, boom.
Dr. Jules Abdi, $50 on the Venmo listening in Morocco.
Morocco.
That's new money.
New Moroccan money.
New Moroccan
Seth,
money.
oh, you know, Seth Kush money, Seth money,
Yeah.
Young money.
Yeah.
You know you're killing it when we got 50 coming out of Morocco.
Dude, that's
Please,
big.
That's huge. Speaking of which, Alex Stein next. Hold on.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Stein can help you bring the lights to the yard or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Get it. Guys, we got 1,310 M right now. If you have not already done it, go in there and smash that like button for me. If you're on a smartphone, like I said, you can pull down the chat room, the live chat. Hit that the thumbs up button.
Hit that the thumbs up button.
There we go. Let's give a thumbing.
Hit it for little tuds.
I will film myself put my thumb in my butthole
Oh my goodness gracious! Why?
If we get to 17.
That's a punishment, isn't it?
Yeah.
For us.
I mean,
Thank you, Seth.
do you want to move the needle or not?
I don't know if it moves the needle. It might do more emotional scarring than needle
You
moving.
just start getting thumbs down. People are taking their thumbs away.
I know people take their thumbs back. Tuttle's got his thumb in his ass. I mean,
I'm just saying.
It could go bad, man.
Tuttle, no thumb in the ass, okay?
It could go south.
It's either gonna be
That's not the
wants to see
message
that.
we want to send.
That's a punishment for us.
Nobody wins in that scenario.
Lummy, you got big thumbs.
I'm not sticking my thumb in your ass.
Holy cow, man.
It would be more of a punishment. I can stop.
For me,
What if you wear a plastic glove?
that's still a punishment for me.
Not skin on skin.
What if you shit and it goes down to my arm?
That's why you wear the gloves.
I want on my arm.
You know when they go and check a cow for being pregnant and stuff, and they got those big ones?
Oh, you're gonna give me a huge glove now?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can get in there and fist it. All right, guys. I'm just joking. I'm not going to stick anything anywhere.
Boo!
Well, now, make up your goddamn minds, please.
I can't. It all sounds so tempting.
All right, I see the lights going up. I want to get it to that 1.6 right before.
Has anybody ever hit 1.6?
Yeah, that's what babyface. That's the record.
1.6.
1.6 right at the end of the show.
So 1.7 would be to have to break it.
Oh.
Wait, but if I get 1.6, like
Then you would have tied.
Dude, do not make me tie with babyface.
No, I mean I can't. I don't have a way to differentiate.
Okay, so we'll get to 1.7. We're almost to 1.6 right now.
You just heard Tuttle. He said he's getting a 1.7.
A 1.7 erases all the doubts. I will humble Dr. Dan and Babyface all in one day. What?
Now that should be a shirt.
What?
I should humble Dr. Dan and Babyface all in one day.
And Alex looks very rested. I wonder if he uses a little filter.
On a Zoom?
Yeah.
You think 'cause he looks so good?
You can smooth up the.
Oh yeah, he's filter Willie.
Like you can make it where it's just.
We'll fuck with him on
light enough.
He's filtered heavily.
Come on, keep hitting that thumb.
Heavily filtered. Hims is.
He's got good color though. Little tan filter too, probably.
Or it could be his lighting, you know.
He also gets. You can tell he gets his eyebrows threaded too.
Get out of here. How do you tell that?
The eyebrows are just too perfect, man. Look at that.
My eyebrows are more perfect than him, and I don't fucking get mine threaded.
Yeah, you can see his are messed up a little bit.
Oh, okay. Maybe he didn't line them up today.
Who's he talking to? He's talking to us.
Yeah, maybe. Come on, guys. Hit that thumb. Want to get to 1.6 before this break ends. Somebody said, Tuttle, you're going to humble Dr. Dan like the Iron Sheik, baby. God, I feel like we're so close to 1.6.
Yeah, but you don't know, lover.
I know. I just keep seeing that thing moving.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy, thank you so much for getting him on today. I thought we were going to have Tony Stewart, but he kind of stood me up. Not that Alex Stein would ever be second fiddle, but he's cool enough to let us move him around if we have an opportunity to get somebody else. And then he was cool enough to let us move him around and then bring him back to his original slot.
That's right.
So That's all. Do you do now, Alex? Have you stopped doing as many shows as you used to, or do you still do like anybody that's got 18 followers? You'll do their show.
I do a lot of small shows. I mean, it just depends on how much time I have. But real quick, thank you for having me. I'm always very gracious. It's very gracious of you to have me, and I'm always honored to come on.
We've turned into friends. Like you and I are boys now. Like we're buddies.
We are for sure. But real quick, I just want to say I'm live on Twitch now because I'm not trying to. Twitch is kind of a dying platform, but you do have a lot of Twitch followers. So if you are Bubba Army and you're on Twitch or whatever. Go follow my prime time channel.
Are you just using that as an additional platform for what you're already doing, or are you doing exclusive platform for it?
Well, I've started to do IRL streams. I'm doing a kick where I'm on day 10 in a row where I've been either doing it for an hour or 2 hours where I've been walking. I've been doing exercise streams. So I've never really done a lot of IRL streams. And because I'm on a streak, today will be day 10. I want to try to do 90 to because, I'm on a fitness thing. I'm doing that. That's kind of, so on Twitch, I'm just trying to see how that works because I don't want to leave them up on my primetime channel. So now I've been putting them on my Alex Stein channel, but I'm just kind of playing with Twitch. So if anybody is on Twitch, I just want to see how that.
What kind of numbers are you getting over there? I mean,
nothing. The most I ever got was 12, and they're all Bubba Army. I've never been able to grow on Twitch. I know, and they're all Bubba Army. But what's funny about Twitch is because I'm doing IRL content in real life because I'm walking outside with a selfie stick. So that's why I'm just trying to see, do people like that sort of content on Twitch? I don't know.
I think they like that sort of content on your big platforms. So like
they do. Maria Guatemala's on my Twitch now. She just left a comment. Thank you, Maria.
And her jugs are second to none. But here's now. Listen, from a guy that started out on Twitch and now has gone to 4 or 5 other different platforms. It seems as though the only and I don't want anybody to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or to any particular platforms, and especially for those that follow us on ones that I may not talk good about, but. The monsters, the big boys, are YouTube, X, Facebook, Insta. Those are your big boys, and then everything else I feel could potentially fragment your big franchises, in my opinion.
No, and I think you are right. And like I said, I'm not even really trying to get some big thing on Twitch. I was just like, I'm doing IRL content. I see a lot of people are doing this IRL stuff. So I'm kind of just almost doing it more as an experiment.
Why don't you do an IRL subsect within your YouTube?
Oh, I put it on all my channels. I'm streaming. I do it where I go live on 6 channels at once. I'm just saying I've never really used Twitch. Okay. I've never really.
So it's not a Twitch. The IRL isn't a Twitch exclusive.
Not exclusive. No,
it's an add-on Willie. Add-on Willie. Okay. Listen, we had a problem with them. That's where we first started in 2017, and we were there exclusively for God, like 5 years. But then they got real woke and real, they got real woke. They had to do a company adjustment just recently to kind of, a lot of people left. A lot of very major influencers left them, and we were one of them. We were at one time. At one time, at our highest, we were ranked 139 of everybody on the entire platform.
Wow, I didn't realize you were that big on.
We had our own rep and everything. We got a whole different split than most people. We were ranked. We were doing $600,000-$700,000 a year out of there. Wow. When we first, we had everything exclusively there. So everybody, we had huge numbers. We'd have 23, 24, 2,800 per show watching us there. And that was the only place that we would do it. But then they got, then they banned it. They put a 2-week suspension on me because I played, Norah O'Donnell from the CBS Evening News opened up with a story that said the White House is encouraging Americans not to go to Ukraine to fight. Remember that? So
I remember that.
That's what the headline read. It was broadcast on terrestrial television, not even cable, where you can say get a little bit, you can get away with a little bit more. But it was broadcast on terrestrial TV, and they showed some bombings of Kyiv and things like that. and they showed a couple dead bodies underneath sheets. That's it. Underneath sheets. Now this was broadcast at 6:05 on CBS. So if it meets terrestrial broadcast standards, then why would it not meet every standard? I mean, terrestrial radio and terrestrial TV are still bound by the George Carlin 7 dirty words. I mean, they're still very, very strict on what you can and cannot say. And, it obviously passed that litmus test, as CBS has had, and they suspended me for a week because we showed what they said was a dead body or some kind of community standards violation. And that's when I said I'm done. I'm going to go ahead and start spreading my seed amongst other places. And I even had my rep. I talked to my rep and he's like, I just can't, they've already thrown the ruling down and I just can't defend it. I'm like, you guys are so stupid. You guys are so stupid that regular television, terrestrial over the air, not cable, terrestrial television did not have a problem with it. It was the opening story for the CBS Evening News, and you're banning me for it? F you.
Yeah, but Bubba, you're being a little naive because during the pandemic, this better than anybody, that on the terrestrial airwaves, you could say stuff that you couldn't say on YouTube. You could talk about ivermectin, or, I'm just saying, isn't that crazy how you would think the internet would be more wide open, but Twitch and YouTube, because they have artificial intelligence that can transcribe every podcast and they can, they have a system of giving community guideline strikes. I'm saying you have more free speech on the dang airwaves than you do on YouTube or Twitch.
Because terrestrial radio was still being ran by human beings that weren't on the take, but social media was being ran by human beings that were talking to our government and how our government wanted it to go down. Meanwhile, heads of radio weren't doing that. They were letting their hosts, talk openly and freely. But heads of radio from the big four, Cumulus, iHeart, Cox, Beasley, Odyssey, Town Square, all of these, they all had across the board things that you could and could not talk about.
Oh yeah, they had a narrative. They all had a narrative that they had to stick to.
So
the big four, the big one. Did you see Anthony Cumia? Did we get to talk about it? Isn't that great at WABC? I know we talked about it a little bit last week. I love that.
I've been a proponent of WABC ever since they put Roger Stone's been on there now for 2 or 3 years.
Why don't we get you a show on WABC? Would you have to move to New York? You could get a show on their network. I think they're looking for hosts. Did you interview? Did Anthony come on your show last Friday?
No,
it's this Friday.
It's this Friday.
This Friday, yeah, because he hadn't announced it. He hasn't officially announced it. I think he signed it yesterday.
But I think it's only a weekend show. I think it's.
I know, but still.
Yeah. I mean, but that's here's the difference. First of all, let me just say this. I'm a huge fan of Anthony. I love Anthony. I think Anthony's way talented. I wish him and Opie would get their act together. It would be a comeback that would be second to none. I wish.
And Bubba, I have to cut you up, Bubba. I'm just like you too. During the Howard days, I didn't like Opie and Anthony. I used to dislike them, even though I'd sometimes listen to them. I was the same way. I was diehard Howard Stern back in the day, just like you were.
But that ship has sailed. Howard's only going to be around for literally 10 months. I mean, Howard's done. In my opinion, Howard is done. Now, if I was, Scott Greenstein, Ross Zapin, some of the people that, should be a little concerned about the lack of sexiness that SiriusXM now has. SiriusXM wants to cut $100 million deals with Call Her Daddy and $100 million deals with Conan O'Brien and Smartless and all this kind of stuff and all these podcasting deals, when at the end of the day, they're still radio. People still like the art of spoken word radio, and they should be absolutely beside themselves trying to sign radio talent like me, like Opie and Anthony. I think Jim and Sam got the axe. I think that
Sam still works there, but you know what they're doing. But once again, I feel like you're being naive. If they could have artificial intelligence, if they could have ChatGPT running SiriusXM, they would hire ChatGPT tomorrow.
But ChatGPT will never be Howard Stern. So
Of
you
course
got
not.
so
Not
you
even
got
close.
so you got to bring in somebody that the Howard Stern world knows that was anointed by him, handpicked by him, and chances are his audience will accept him as a replacement. There's only one there's only one guy. There's only one guy in the world that checks all those boxes. Me. And they are completely they should I know Opie and Anthony hate each other, but they should get together. And I've had both Opie and Anthony on before.
Yeah, but it's Opie that won't. It's Opie that's refusing, because I've actually talked to Opie too. And Opie, if you actually talk to him, he sounds like an okay guy, but he just will not. That's what I'm saying. I actually liked Opie too.
Then you know what they should do? They should put me and Anthony Cumia together to be the next Howard Stern replacement.
Well, that would be good. That would be good. I just
here's what I would do. Listen. I was at Ronnie's wedding. And I was politicking and campaigning a little bit. Yeah. And I hope Howard's not mad at me, but I talked to Gary. I talked to Richard and Sal. I talked to all of Howard's ancillary guys, and mostly Richard and Sal. And I would say I would come in and keep you guys. I would just, instead of Howard, it would be me, but I would still keep you guys. I would still keep as much of the Howard staff as I could, because SiriusXM would pay them. It wouldn't affect my deal. I'd bring my guys in, and I would cut, like when I was with them the first time, we have a template on how it could be. We could, now, obviously Seth and Lummy have children, but I think if Seth was making, $200,000 a year.
I'm flying there.
Seth is probably hitchhiking there, first of all, but we would do, like 2 weeks out of the month in New York, or we'd do like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday in New York. Like we would strategically set up our New York schedule to be very guest heavy when I'm there, because that's where all the guests are doing the junkets. So I'd be guest heavy when I'm there. Then I'd be, what I do here. But they have not even begun to think about life after Howard. And it's going to destroy their company if they don't have an answer to somebody to try to retain Howard's audience when he leaves. Having 7 years of the best of his tapes. Listen, you've listened to Howard, you continue to listen to Howard, and you present day listen to Howard. And Howard's best of, or his tapes, just don't do it like live Howard does. Am I right? I mean, there's probably...
And they're all ripped off on YouTube. All the best stuff is all on YouTube. They take it down, but people put it back up. You can find all that.
You probably tune in when he's not there and he's on one of his mini vacations. You're out. And so...
Bubba, all this sounds great, but this is one. I feel like I'm debating you, and I'm not even trying to debate you, because you do know this better than me. The one thing you did say, the Sirius does not know what to do live after Howard. But you know who does know what he's going to do after he's done is Howard. And I don't think Howard would let anybody even come close to letting you come back or letting them do a show with Gary. Because Gary, if you really think about it, Gary could be a guy that theoretically could have a show, I think, starting up. You don't think?
No. There's no host there. There's no host.
I think you could team up. I'm just, as a fan, I think Gary Delabate could have a show. Yes.
No. There's no host there.
I used to watch a wrap-up show all the time. The wrap-up show isn't a bad show. It was a pretty good show.
There is a lot of great, talented people, but Gary's not a host. Richard and Sal are not a host. Robin's not a host. When Howard retires, Robin's gone, and Ronnie's gone, and my one buddy, who's the main dude? Come on, Fred.
Yeah.
Fred, Howard, Robin, and Ron.
They're all retired. They're done.
Well,
they're done.
Four of them.
The main crew.
4 of them are, and maybe Gary. So you're going to have Richard and Sal, then you're going to have like Kowicki, and you're going to have some of these dudes.
Steve Nowicki, but those, there's
only one.
Sal and Richard maybe could do something, but I don't know anybody else on the staff. I don't
What do you do? Crank calls, radio, tradio? What are you going to do?
I'm just saying they can make content. They should have something.
They could bring me in for 99% less than what they pay him and retain 70 to 80% of his audience and most of his staff.
Howard would never let you do that. Howard would never let you do that.
I know he's never going to let me do it. It's never going to happen. And so they need to realize that that's not going to happen. And financially, they are going to be the churn and the cancellations next January is going to be so overwhelming that Liberty, that's who owns them, Liberty.
Is that Liberty a terrestrial station? So they own terrestrials and now they own satellite too?
No, Liberty owns Formula One. Liberty owns like Live Nation. It's a very
Live Nations. That's the biggest. They've been Ticketmaster.
They're owned by a guy named his name's Malone. It's called Liberty. It's an unbelievable successful company. They bought SiriusXM right when SiriusXM was getting ready to file bankruptcy. So this Malone guy bought it for pennies on the dollar. He's turned it around to be very profitable, but they're hurting right now. They're losing money. SiriusXM.
Did they offer you any stock stuff when you signed your deal, your $1 million deal? They didn't offer you any. Here's 100,000 in stock. Here's 200,000 in stock.
My salary was $1.5 million, and I had to pay my staff. I was just a contractor, but I was making $1.2 million from Cox at one time when I was double dipping. So and then
$1 million is still $1 million, and this is in the 2000s, and it still was kind of something.
$83,333, baby. That's how I know. Yeah. It's what $1 million a month is. And those checks used to come in, and I used to be like, whatever. Now I'd be sucking various body parts for that money. $83,333. I haven't seen a check like I was getting 2 of those checks.
I know, one from Cox, one from Sirius.
So anyway, I don't know. There's only a few people that SiriusXM could bring in that could. Anthony Cumia is one of them.
Yeah, Anthony's really talented guy with impressions. Anthony Cumia is a radio guy.
I know.
Like when I think of radio, Anthony is a radio guy.
I know. So like SiriusXM and the grip that Howard still has on it is not going to let anybody come in and have an opportunity to not better him, but to maintain what he has. That's it. That's all they need, and they are bleeding money right now. I know somebody that's super high up where they've cut all these podcasting deals, and you cannot Spotify.
I think Call Her Daddy just fired her girl or something. Lemmy probably knows better than me. Isn't her podcast all messed up or something?
Hold on now. Hold on. If Spotify couldn't make money with Rogan, based on how much they gave Rogan. Now, there's a number where you can make money with Rogan. It's probably a little bit less than $100 million a year. It's probably you could probably give Rogan $60 million a year and make money on it. But if Spotify can't make money with Rogan, how is SiriusXM good? They've cut $350 million worth of deals on 3 different podcasts: the Conan O'Brien, the Jason Bateman Smartless, whatever the hell the thing it is, and the Call Her Daddy. They've cut nearly $400 million worth of, and podcasting isn't the same as live spoken word, male skewing, what I do, what you do radio. It's not. It's not.
Yeah, but it's a medium that it's just kind of sad, though, the art of radio now. I listen to the stations, and sports talk is still alive. I think sports talk will always have a place.
Yeah.
What's Pharrell doing? Is Pharrell still broadcasting?
Pharrell's doing By the way, Tuttle, you did hit your 1.6.
He did before Alex got on.
So
I'm almost a 1.7 here, I bet.
Yeah, if you could hit 1.7, that'd be great. I think Pharrell's doing TV gambling.
Oh.
Like gambling, like working for the gambling world is
bookies.
very.
Do you mean sports gambling? Like, the Cowboys are -7. Or,
a show that's that's streamed visually about gambling.
Yeah, he does that on Sports Grid.
That's my last resort, Bubba. If I can't, figure out the trolling, or maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I get successful enough. That's going to be my last form of content is gambling content. Even though I don't really want to encourage people to gamble, but you can make gambling content, Bubba, and it just blows up. People love gambling content. Where you just go play a hand of blackjack, or you show your sports parlays. If you hit one, you don't hit one.
If I put the merch crick in a cleavage, pumped up, tank top, and took her to the Hard Rock, and she played slots for 30 minutes, she would get. I mean, that's probably where I'm messing up.
Yeah,
is the fact that they like hot chicks with big jugs playing slots. Now, I don't know that the Hard Rock would let me in. They might, based on.
You just have to talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, if I would use my YouTube numbers or my other numbers, they'd probably let me in. But that chiropractor guy, that Joe Ciprio guy we had in,
Yes. Does he film gambling content?
His sister is one of the biggest in the space, and she does nothing but go to casinos, and these casinos.
What's his sister's name? Because I know Vegas Matt. I know all the top gambling content guys.
Might be able to find that out for me.
Boulder Bets. Which one is she?
We'll find it out. But she's so big that she'll call the MGM, or she'll call Mandalay, or she'll call the Wynn. She tells them who they are, who she is. They comp her room. They comp her dinner. They comp everything the whole entire weekend. They'll pay for her airfare. She lives in Tampa. They'll pay for her airfare, and then let her sit there and give her $2,000 or $3,000, and she just plays slots the entire weekend long and promotes the fact that she's at the Wynn. The Wynn's the best slots, the best Yippee-yo, the whole 9 yards.
Lady Luck HQ.
Hold on,
Lady Luck HQ. Lady Luck HQ. She's big, but that's the thing is. Also, you don't even have to. You can do the live streams where you play for 30 minutes, but you can just put in 100. You can actually do low stakes gambling. It actually gets. Now, Lady Luck does higher stakes, but I'm saying, believe it or not, there's a lot of people with low roller channels that put in $100, and the video will get 200,000 views. I'm like, wow, what a good investment. But
now, can you take
gambling content?
Do they? If you let's say that I take the merch crick out to Hard Rock one of these days, and I start taping her playing, $10 or I put $100 in and it's $5 a spin or something like that.
Yeah, whatever.
Which is low stakes. Would they make me stop taping, or would I get a tapped on the shoulder and asked to leave?
The Hard Rock's kind of weird. See, this is another thing is now there's this new era of people, and they are letting influencers gamble there. El Cortez was a casino that was dying in downtown. They started letting all these influencers gamble there, and now their business is through the roof. They're remodeling. Some casinos are still under this thing where, yes, we actually don't mind an influencer gambling, but they have this strict rule where other gamblers reserve privacy. So that's kind of where it's this gray area.
So if you were me, if you were me, should I call the Hard Rock locally? Try to get.
I'm saying statistically, Hard Rock, because they're Indian casino, because they're Seminole, they're kind of more annoying about player privacy. Hard Rock, they will sometimes let people film there, but of all the casinos, because people try to film the one in Miami or right outside of Miami in Fort Lauderdale, then the one in Tampa, they sometimes they'll let them film in the high roller room, but there's certain hotels that are okay, like Rio and Vegas. They've had they were a hotel that was dying, owned by Caesars, got new owners. The owners let people film. Now they're starting to, their business is going up.
So you think
it just depends on the casino. But statistically, I heard Hollywood's tough. The Seminoles are tough of it.
So I wouldn't even know, hey, Lummy, could you try to get a hold of him and ask that question?
You talk to a casino host. Lummy, you just call a casino host, because Vegas Matt right now is the #1 top slot player, and he's actually connected me with a couple hotels. And these hotels, when I say I want to go film, because I've wanted to go film this content, I said, listen, I'll go bet $5,000. I'll go play a few big hands.
I ain't doing that.
Well, I wanted to make a video. I was going to bet, and I was with a guy, Sam Hyde. They wouldn't even let us film this. And Vegas Matt, because I'm political, we were going to make, for Sam Hyde's reality show, we were going to make a $50,000 roulette spin. And then the Circa ended up letting us do it. We lost the spin. But
you lost 50. I would be.
Was it black or red?
I'd puke.
Sam Hyde did. It was Sam Hyde's money. Sam Hyde's a millionaire. Sam Hyde's the number one comedian in the game. Sam Hyde lost $50,000 in a roulette spin.
This is my last appearance before I go see Tim Pool on Tuesday.
Is it already? Oh, it's already Tuesday. Wow, because I'm going the 21st. I forgot. It's crazy how fast time is. Okay, let's talk about this real quick. How much time do we have left before you gotta
go? About 5 minutes.
Okay, just real quick.
Hold on. You got, like, as your friend, I'm talking to you as your friend. You can tell. I'm looking right at you as your friend. You got to help me here so I don't look stupid and I come across really good, okay? Be my friend. Just like when you... Hold on.
Now I'm about to make it worse.
Just like when you roll in the Tampa, buddy, and I make sure that you want for nothing. You know that. So help me.
I know, but I was talking to Pay-Per-View about this, and I didn't want to say anything at first, and we only have 5 minutes, and Lummy and Tuttle, and this is kind of vengeance for Tuttle.
You got me so nervous.
You should be a little nervous. Is I hate to be like this, and I didn't, and this is not what I planned. I have no idea I think you actually are going to do very well on the podcast. I think that actually will do very well. Believe it or not, if you're just yourself, Tim's actually an okay guy. He might, bicker with you a little bit, but he's actually an okay guy, and you have enough social skills. Or Tim Pool's not you've dealt with people way worse than Tim Pool. Tim Pool's actually an okay guy, a good guy.
I've interviewed and been interviewed by.
That's what I'm saying. Tim's laid back. Tim's, he might argue with you a little bit, but that's just it's not like personal. But this is my point: is I've really kind of been secretive about this. Is that I am dropping you out a little bit because you don't realize, you're flying to Virginia next week, and what is the temperature in Virginia right now?
I don't know.
25 degrees.
Okay,
so you're going to be mad at me. I'm just saying you're going to be flying into Tampa where the weather's beautiful right now in Tampa, right?
The weather could care. I could care less.
Okay, good. Because I was talking about you're going to be mad about the weather.
Right.
You're mad about the weather. Then you're going to fly there.
By the way, I'm not going to be mad about the weather. Not.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, you are from Indiana. That's not that big a deal. But I'm saying then you're going to get to the airport and you're going to be like, man, that was a long flight. And you're going to have to drive another 45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic, to the place. And you're going to go, oh, Alex jogged me out, made me drive an hour to the studio.
Could I go live from the limo?
Yeah, and his crew, the person that picks you up, I'm not sure who is going to be picking you up because it changes. They're going to be laid back. You can do whatever. They'll stop you at a McDonald's. They'll stop you at the Sheets. Like, they're actually going to pick you up. So this is the weird thing. Is I remember the first couple times I went on, I'm like, is this weird? Just call Lisa. She'll hook you up. They're going to pick you up. They're going to take you to your hotel. They'll drive you to get food. They'll do whatever. Really, I tell Tim he should just have Uber do it, but he has a guy that he pays he has two guys that just handle guests. So you're going to have a guy that's going to be in charge of you, picking you up. And the place, this is another thing, is the hotel is going to be next to you're going to Charlestown. Well, the biggest thing where the hotel is connected to a casino, so that's like the only thing to do in the place you're going to is a casino.
Well, now maybe I can start my taping there. My very first excursion could be at this little rinky-dink, there.
Yes. They'll probably let you film at that casino. They'll probably lay back about it.
Like they come and pick you up. I forget what time. They haven't given me any idea what we're talking. I mean, is that just the way it is?
No. Yeah, you're going to talk about the news. It's kind of like how you do your show. And so Tim will make you... Tim is... he's a little serious about how the show starts at 8 Eastern. So he's going to want you... He's going to get you there at like 7:15. He kind of wants you to sit in the studio at 7:30, kind of just to talk about the news. You don't have to sit there and talk that much, but he is... he does like having everybody sit in there and go over the news before they even start the show.
Okay,
so
now can I?
If you needed to read something, you could read it. If
I wanted to wear some comfortable, loose fitting, kind of my black...
dress laid back. But he wears a beanie. Tim's laid back. You're going to a skate park.
I was thinking about wearing my Air Bubba Fat Man Dunks shirt.
That's great. That's great.
Should dress like Zelensky when you go in there.
And then I was gonna offer him a Bubba Army beanie because it's his birthday. It's 2 days after his birthday.
Bring him a beanie. Yeah. Bring him a beanie. He will like that. He will like that.
I'm gonna do that.
And people are gonna love him. Every dumbass, and I'm friends with Tim. They're like, why don't you pull Tim's beanie off? This and that. People are just hating. It's like I know you're not gonna do that. But I'm saying, put him over. Who cares that he wears a beanie? All these people wear hats all the time. People just want to hate on him because he's a millionaire and successful, and he's wearing a beanie.
Does he know? Has he researched me, and does he have any idea what I'm all about?
I've told him about you, but like I said, Tim, very smart guy, but he knows nothing about Opie and Anthony, knows nothing about Howard Stern, like how we know it. The culture and entertainment that he took in was not shock jock radio, which I think that makes Tim better because he's kind of different than you and I. He's a little
right.
He's just into nerdier stuff than shock jock radio.
And
but
you're
Tim,
there,
like I said, Tim is so laid back. He really is laid back.
And you're there for how long? 2 hours?
Yeah, well, and then I think, are you going on a Tuesday? So actually, you're going to be there for 3 hours because I think they do a 30 to an hour long after show after the 2 hour show. So you're going to be there for a while.
All right.
But they got snacks, food. I mean, I know you don't like to drink, but like they got whatever you need there.
Well, you know me on and off the air, and you know that I'm pretty laid back. Will I have any interaction when we're off the air with them?
Oh, yeah, if you want. I mean, you can talk to him as much as you want. And Tim's going to act a little weird at first just because he doesn't know you. So he's going to act a little apprehensive, but he's, like I said, he's very nice.
Have you put good words in for me?
I have, and I'll text him some more. I talk to Tim, quite often. Almost, I wouldn't say every day, but at least probably once a week, him and I are talking about something.
I'm supposed to tell you hi from Jenny Durst, by the way.
And Jenny's great.
She's
we
great.
love Jenny. No,
so just
awesome.
put a good word in for me, like say, hey man, this guy, this is my buddy.
He got you on the show, Bubba.
I know. I'm just saying.
But you're gonna get jobbed out. I'm just telling you, you're gonna be looking. You're gonna be like, gosh, Alex, you're gonna finally get there.
How am I gonna get jobbed out? How am I gonna?
No, you're not getting jobbed out on that. I'm just saying you're not gonna like the travel. That's what I'm worried about.
I'm not afraid of the travel at all. I know where I'm staying. I know the airline I'm riding. I know the weather sucks. I know that it's 45 minutes.
The show's going to be fine. The show will be good. Even if you get into political talk, you just being a non-political will be funny. You're going to have last night he had 100,000 people watching his Trump coverage, so
perfect.
You'll probably have 75,000, watching you. So it'll help. You shout out Bubba Army. He's not going to care if you shout out Bubba Army. Right. He's laid back.
Are you going to poop in his
Don't
toilet?
be like annoying Bubba Army this, Bubba Army that. But I'm just saying.
Don't forget, Tim. I got a
YouTube
YouTube channel. It's at the Bubba Army. So anybody wants to come check me out, feel free. Boom. That's it.
And go be nice. And go be nice to him because you might like it, and then he'll have you on whenever you want to plug something in the future because you might want to go on his show once or twice a year.
You know that I'm naturally enduring. You know that.
Endearing?
Personality-wise, you are gonna be good. I'm just saying, do not get in some stupid anti-abortion debate.
I'm not.
And then you're not friends anymore.
Well, I am pro-abortion.
That's what I'm saying. He's going to be anti. But me and him, on the first time I was on his podcast, him and I were arguing, yelling at each other, and then we hung out, went to the casino, and had a good time after the show.
All right, listen. I'm going to talk to you privately before this all goes down.
Next Tuesday. I'm excited now. I can't wait. Gosh, I wish I was going up there. Listen to this real quick. My final, I know we have to go. My court case versus the Dallas County judge. I go to the pretrial Friday, Monday morning. I'm going to be in federal court. I'm suing Clay Jenkins. I'm going to be cross-examined every night. I've been having to go over my court case and my strategy.
God. Is it big money or is it just big opportunity?
I mean, it's just scary opportunity. I'm about to be in federal court.
I've been in federal court, my friend, and it is next level scary.
That's what I'm saying.
You've been in state court like me. Most of my stuff's been I went to federal court one time, and oh my God, it's the most scariest thing ever.
And then my attorney showed me the evidence that they're submitting that we had to approve. We're watching 6 videos of me at city councils. We have some videos too, but they're playing me every time where I wore a ball gag, where I cussed out every mayor, where I've and so we're going to be sitting in a courtroom with a jury of my peers watching my greatest hits and lowest.
How long is the trial expected?
3 days.
3 days. Can we get updates every morning before you go to court?
Yeah, I'll call you from court.
No. Don't call me from court. Wake up a half an hour early and call me then. Don't screw around in federal.
I know.
I'm telling you, buddy, I've been there, that you will lose your case procedurally if you start screwing around, taping, being a smart ass. You be on the straight and narrow. I've been there before. Listen to me. Be a gentleman.
That's what my attorney keeps saying. He's like, Alex, do not do any shtick.
It's all about protocol. It's all about prestige. It's all about decorum. It's all. This is truly. There's a reason why they don't allow electronic media, and you have to have artist renderings. It's still old school. It's like, Alex, be a perfect gentleman, or you'll lose. They will whip. They will throw your ass out of there.
I know that's what
So
my
I
attorney
don't
keeps
even
telling
want
me
you.
just
I don't
assume.
want you live from the courtroom. I want you to wake up 20 minutes early and we go live from your stupid ass background rather than doing anything from court related at all. Okay? I gotta go.
Agree.
I gotta
agree.
go. I
All
gotta
right.
go. Love
All
you.
right, I'll talk to you.
See you later. Bye.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You think we're a heavy 1-6?
I know we got a heavy 1-6.
You literally, we're just coming back on the air to say goodbye.
Yeah, I know.
So
I'd like to have it before then.
You've got to get it done now. You've got to get it done now.
I mean, it's going to suck to get that close. And guys, honestly, you making this possible, do you realize how much fun they're going to have fucking with Dr. Dan and Babyface? That some fucking nerd fucking face both of their fucking rich lawyer asses and just shut them the fuck down? You know, I got some good things going on in my life, but I gotta tell you what, I might get whatever I wanted from my podcast host if you guys make sure I get the 1-7, because I gotta tell you, like Seth, you know, didn't you say it made your gash wet?
Yeah.
I think 1-7 definitely makes a gash wet.
Yeah. Well, somebody said my gash got wet going in Dr. Dan's car. They were definitely not being nice.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm just saying, I think it would help me out with sexy time.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I'm far superior to a lawyer and a lawyer plastic surgeon.
That's what this would be. That's what this would be.
Like, come on, man. Guys, we gotta do it now. Yes!
Did you just hit it?
Yeah!
You're my hero, Birdo. Good picture on Substack.
Fuck yeah! Thank you to the Bubba Army.
Now come get your $100 bonus, Tuttle.
Let me write that 957.
Come get your prize.
57.
Are you giving him the bonus?
I thought that's what the deal was.
Oh, no, there's no...
I thought just the rich guys didn't get it, but I thought the common man breaks the record. He gets it.
Nobody spoke of that.
Well, I thought this is what makes it fun.
Well, you thought wrong.
Okay.
By the way, I did not expect any money.
Shh the fuck up, Tuttle. I get you 100, you give me 20. I'm feeling real good leaving here today.
I mean, 80-20 split sounds good to me, but man, I gotta tell you, that drive across the state of Florida is going to be really, really nice.
It's going to feel like it's a 10-minute drive today.
Yeah, I'm going to be fucking riding on cloud 9.
Man, 1.7.
Oh man, Tuttle's gonna call me later and be like, I can't believe I won. It was the city's going crazy.
Yes.
The whole senior community's outside trying to have a parade for me.
Yeah, actually, could I get a parade like in all the fancy attorney cars? Because like, that would be pretty cool. Like if they did give me a slow ride parade.
I mean, that's some content right there, Bubba. Is making Dan drive Tuttle around in a parade.
Yeah, it would be fucking awesome.
Yeah, it would be, but...
Can we do that next week when you're not here? Or
I mean, they never got X up today.
I wonder if it crashed last night. I wonder if Elon shuts it down if there's too much bad shit about his name floating around.
I heard Gene probably will beat me, but you know what though?
Oh, Gene doesn't give a fuck about the thumbs.
Yeah, exactly. If Gene beats me, you know what? A better man beat me.
Gene don't give a fuck.
Yeah, Gene doesn't. I mean, Gene will play the game, but he doesn't.
Somebody was telling me like didn't have the best word to say about me last Friday.
Oh, he didn't say anything bad about you.
Oh, somebody was like, oh yeah, you know, that drunk and...
No, last Friday was you still had heat with Macho.
Oh, yeah.
Gene didn't say anything about
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might have just been running hot, Tuttle, because of the...
That's the marks fucking with you.
No.
No, I think the only thing last week was the text email.
Well,
yeah, Gene was, yeah, he didn't say anything.
All right. I'm going to go check in with Macho and Rhett after the show. Just to make
1.7.
That's a light 1.7. I'd like to know how many, though. It's still ticking. But it's 10 o'clock.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Literally just time to basically say goodbye and to celebrate Tuttle's 1.7. He got 1,700 thumbs up, beating. Well, he beat Dan. He beat Dan on the quickness to 1,000 today. And then he beat Babyface on the total prior to Tuttle's record at 957. It was 1,600.
Yes.
Tuttle hit 1,700. So Tuttle's the man at this point. Unilaterally right across the board, bitch. Great job, Tuds.
Thank you.
Lovely, you're starting your show after our meeting.
Yes.
What time are we doing our meeting today? 15, 20?
10:20 should work.
10:20?
Yes.
See you then.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.